How's it going? How's it going? Is everything working so far tonight? Am I blasting anyone's eardrums? Am I breaking up like fucking crazy? I'm waiting to hear what it is. Lots of background noise. I wonder why that is. There shouldn't be a lot of background noise. Should be a little bit of background noise, but I should have that mostly filtered out. Oh, of course. With the way things go with audio and myself and Twitch and OBS, it's par for the course that something is different this time, but I have changed literally nothing. Literally nothing. That's how it goes every time. I don't change anything. I'm not messing with settings. I'm not trying anything new. It's just like, things are different this time. Have fun figuring out why. It's like a fucking terrible, terrible game. It's a game that I don't want to play, and yet for some reason I keep signing up for it. Who the hell even knows? What's going on, folks? Machine God and Project Dark Fox in a battle over who gets to post first in chat. Ultimately, nobody wins. It's a strange game. The only winning move is not to play. Okay, yeah, there is probably a high-pitched sound because it's on the first layer of my printer, and for a reason that I cannot determine, on the very first layer, my Ender 3 emits a high-pitched whine, and as soon as it moves past that first layer, it stops. I've tried to troubleshoot it I don't know how many times. I can't figure out why it does it. It's maddening. But that should end here pretty soon. Oh my lord. My lord. Restart my bot. Restart my bot. Damn it, bot. Oh, I have to regenerate the token. I have to regenerate the fucking token. Son of a bitch. Hang on a second. Rumble, rumble. Can't see what it is, but I'll find out in a minute. This should only take a second now that I've actually done it a few times. Gotta put in a password. Holy moly, Vergaderung with the 1 year of subs. Holy crap. How you doing today, Vergaderung? I both love and hate the chatbot. Yeah, Streamlabs chatbot has been okay-ish, but it's also had its issues. Alright, see if it's connected now. Give something a shot. We're gonna have to sort out our bots. I've got a couple of different bots going, and they war with one another sometimes. There we go, the Thunderbot 9000 doing its work as it should. Thank you so much for that. Oh, Coral, good to see you, man. How are things? And my mods are all gonna shout each other out now.
Warning. Fingertips covered in super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Bot problems, audio problems, high-pitched whines, unexplained changes. Where'd my applesauce go? I had a pouch of applesauce. Damn it. There it is. Okay. I still have my applesauce pouch, all as well. Oh, man. You were just eating applesauce, too? Oh my god. Samesies. We're basically the same person, Cat. We both eat applesauce. Your daughter loved it. Yeah, I think these are pretty great too. So these aren't Mott's. They're probably like from the exact same factory. They're Kirkland brand. Kirkland. You know that you're fancy when you're eating that Kirkland brand. Basically anything. I definitely won't regret doing that on stream. Have I tried pear applesauce? Isn't that just, wouldn't that just be pear sauce, or is it applesauce with like pear in it to flavor it? I guess that makes sense, because they usually make applesauce and then flavor it with something else, because for whatever reason the nature of apples is just that they sauce better. And it's easier to flavor applesauce than it is to try to make the same texture out of another fruit for, again, whatever reason, I don't know. I'm not an appleologist. I'm not a saucinator, you know? Started watching the clip that I did when I started talking. It's like, how did you get your voice in this clip? Magic. Magic, cat. I'm a magic man. Hey, what's up, Square? How you doing today? Like my paint and my applesauce and dropper bottles so I can confuse them. Probably flavored. Yeah, I would assume. I have not tried it, though. Oh, that does sound good. It does sound pretty damn good. Datron Voltari, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Eventually people are going to get tired of that. I'm like, Thunderhead, he's always saying, I hope you're having a good day. He's always wishing a good day on everybody. This is boring. Get some new material. I'm going to have to start wishing. I'm going to be like, I hope your day brought you madness and pleasure in equal measure. I hope that your day ran right down the middle. I don't, though. I hope you're having a good day. Because bad days suck, man, and they can come out of nowhere. You can be having a great week, a great month, and then just have that one day where something's wrong, some little chemical imbalance in your brain, something that you can't do really anything about. Sort of, medication, but I try to avoid that where possible. You need to have a shit day. Just a day where everything's off, where everything goes wrong. I hate those days. I hate those days. So we try to avoid them. And I don't wish them on anyone. Speaking of bad days, God, I've got to stop, like, the days where I'm, like, mentally fit to browse social media to look at paint jobs are less than the days where I'm absolutely not fit to do that. If that makes any sense at all. I just, like, because there's some times when I'm, like, reviewing other people's paint jobs on, because if I'm painting something, particularly a fairly popular model, one that has been done by other people a lot of times, I go and I look and I'm like, what have other people done? What could I do? What should I be aspiring to do? And unfortunately, what my brain does with that a lot of the time is I look at models that other people have painted that are similar or the same that I'm painting. I see the work that they've done and I go, well, fuck me. What am I even doing? I'm not gonna do that. That's amazing. It's the wrong mindset. Like, I know it's the wrong mindset. I know that it's my responsibility to do something about it. I know that it is entirely on me to keep it from happening, and yet, over and over and over, I find myself demoralized by the inescapable, simple truth that there are better artists out there than I am. And, like, saying that, just saying those words, there are better artists out there than I am, doesn't bother me at all. It shouldn't. Because of course there are. There are always going to be. There are something like 6 billion human beings on this planet. 6 billion. I mean, that puts, conservative estimates for how many people also engage in art in the hundreds of in the hundreds of millions, and that's if we're being, like, really, really conservative with our estimates. I'm sure someone has done actual estimates or has studies on those numbers, and I'm sure I'm just way the fuck off. But I'm like, I'm in a pool of hundreds of millions, and then you break that down to how many people are miniature painters, and we're at least in the tens of millions. And again, I feel like I'm vastly underestimating that. So even by my very conservative estimates, I'm in a pool of tens of millions of people, and I'm like, why aren't I better than all of them? That's fucking stupid, is what that is. Oh, not doing too bad. Had a Rogue Tech playthrough go really bad, but it was fun. As long as it was fun. As long as you had fun with it. Losing can be fun in the right context. Particularly when the whole, I mean, because Rogue Tech in particular, like, dials up the difficulty. Not specifically to make you lose, but certainly to introduce it as more of a possibility than with other mods. It is a nice mug. I rather like it. And I realize it's kind of ironic with all the hobby positivity that I preach that I have this problem, but I think all of us who engage in artistic endeavors and then go to share those endeavors with other people ultimately suffer from a lot of the same cycles. And, you know, there's comfort in that familiarity. There's comfort in knowing that you're not the only person going through that cycle. Losing is fun, Dwarf Fortress player. Yes! Oh, Dwarf Fortress. I haven't dug into Dwarf Fortress in a long time. Has it changed much in the last couple of years? I admit, I went pretty early on from Dwarf Fortress over to RimWorld. And RimWorld has kept me pretty happy for that style of game. Dwarf Fortress requires a lot of imagination and a lot of attention, and you just accept that at some point it's all going to go wrong. It's all going to compound. Oh, lordy lord, what are we up to today? So I'm going to be working on some more Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, and I've got in front of me Captain America, Captain Marvel, and Spider-Man, and I was thinking about which one of these do I want to paint first, and I realized I'm going to do almost the same blues and reds on all three of these characters with some variation. Spider-Man's going to get some more blacks done on him, Captain Marvel's going to get some yellows, and Captain America is going to get some whites and some browns for leather, but I mean, for the most part, the majority of their bodies are going to be blue and red, so I might as well try them all at the same time. I'm going to break out some of my P.H. Martin's Spectralite acrylic inks today and see if we can't get some easy peasy shaded base coats with those, because man, I want to get through this core set, and I want to get started working on my extra figures like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Green Goblin, Venom. I got Thor.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Scuba Steve, damn you! Part of the Scuba Squadron. Holy moly, Miles Bergs, thank you so much for that follow, my friend. So I'm not making I'm not like doing a big thing today. By the way, welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers, Miles Bergs. I'm not making a big thing about it today. We're doing like a giveaway associated with it because we've got a giveaway coming up on the 20th for two major milestones. That being one, oh my god, there we go again, B Proxy. I need to say this before we get to the point that I'm talking about. Because we've got two major milestones coming up on the 20th. It's going to be our 1 year streamiversary, which is cool. Been doing this for a year. Holy shit. And 100 painting streams. As you can see right up there, I'll learn the direction eventually. We are on the road to 100. Today is 98 of 100. Ramzoos with the Prime subscription. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome. Let me finish what I'm saying. For God's sake. I was going to say that we're at 995. We're at 999. No, that's not right. 995 follows. Very close to 1,000. We just got two more, so we're at 997. So 3 follows, and we're gonna hit 1,000. Which follows aren't really that meaningful of a metric, I find, in my time on Twitch. Like, it's one of those things where it's like it feels good, you know, to have a bunch of follows. But it's the sort of thing where, like, if you're on Twitch, you're going to gradually pick up follows, and it's like you look at 1,000 follows. Have I got 1,000 people? Am I commanding an audience of 1,000 right now? No. So it's, you know, it's much more meaningful how many of you are hanging out in chat, how many of you are chatting, how many of you are having fun, how many of you are painting. These are much more meaningful metrics. That said, it is important to mark the little positive milestones in our life. And so when 1,000 happens, I'm going to be like, woo, we got 1,000. I'm probably going to say it exactly like that. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Somebody help me count, because I'm gonna lose track of it. We got 3 more in theory. Assuming that happens. How you doing today? B Proxy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good day. You too, Ramzoos. Hope you're having a good one, man. Oh my god, always with the coffee. Always with the coffee. Artstream 100 going to be that critique/special Storm Report episode. So we're going to be doing a giveaway. We're going to be doing a giveaway for the 20th. Now, I'm just going to tell you guys, this is something I've had to consider over the last week or so. What with being in the United States of America and the very, very contentious state of some things, socially and politically. There might be some bullshit. There might be some bullshit from like the 17th through the 20th. And it's gonna be hard to fucking ignore no matter how much we may try to ignore it. And I'm a little pissed off about it, that it's gonna coincide with my fucking streamiversary. How dare they? Why did they not consider that I would have been streaming for a year on that day? Why don't they rearrange all their bullshit around me? These are the important questions. Ultimately, I don't think I'm going to get answers to those questions. I'm kind of in a wait-and-see holding pattern. The streamiversary is the 20th. We may push that stream a day or two. Just because, man, I don't know. We're going to wait and see. I'm just letting people know that is a possibility. We might go ahead and do it anyway, because it's very possible that on that day, I'm going to really, really fucking need to just be sitting here painting and not paying attention to anything else, because otherwise it's going to piss me off, and nobody wants that. I don't want to let that garbage interrupt my hobby time. Who wants that? Come on. Yeah, Bproxy, the ticker up there is, that's the number of art streams that we've done. Today is 98. So 2 more and we will be at 100. I don't actually have a ticker or account for my subscriptions. Now that's something that I, as a streamer, have considered putting up a number of times. I know some streamers do that. They've got like sub goals and sub lists, and I'm not really sure what role that would play in this stream, because I'm not like, I don't know, I always get a feeling when I look at those that it's like they're asking for, I don't know, I'm not sure. Like every time I add something to the stream, I try to add it with a purpose, like this is why I'm doing this. The top left thingy, that again, that is the number of art streams that we have done. We've done more than 100 streams. About a third of them, roughly, starting in the middle of the year, have been gaming streams. But 100 art streams would be that counter Bproxy. So that's not going to go up until next time. It's just you, O'Coral. It is just you. I've spent a lot longer than this rambling about nothing at all. Trust me. I will say, though, that I'm thinking after our streamiversary, Thursdays are going to go back to painting streams with the exception of the occasional... Wait, the other left. That one? Oh, your left. I see what I'm fucking up there. I gotcha. This is just events. This is just events that have taken place. It's the event ticker for recent follows, etc. etc. And no, that one does not react to Prime subs as far as... wait, no, it does. It does, because Ramzus just did a Prime sub. Yeah. And it's showing him as having subbed. I don't know. I didn't... That's like a built-in feature for OBS. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. But let's go ahead and paint some stuff. What do you say? Oh, yeah. I did want to go ahead and finish saying, after the streamiversary, I do feel like we're probably going back to painting on Thursdays, with the notable exception of the occasional tabletop gaming stream. I don't have anything I really want to play. Like, we'll still do gaming streams periodically, but Thursdays will no longer be always gaming like they have been for the last few months. I got some painting to get done. Speaking of which, let's paint some shit. Is my camera working? I'll be damned. Look at it go. Okay. Oh, Machine God's back. I guess we can start then.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. So I'm going to be using some of my Dr. P.H. Martins. Spectrum Red. There we go, ruby red. That's what I'm looking for. And nautical blue and true blue. Gonna be playing with these wee little bits today and see where we can land with some of this easy pre-shading. What's up, Dr. Rhino? Good to see ya. Okay. Oh, did you, B-Proxy? Wait, did you hit me with a Prime sub and I missed it? Where is it? Did it not show up? That's weird. It's like it didn't register at all. I've got your follow here, but I don't have your sub. It's not showing up on any of my listings here. Well, B-Proxy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, I'm not sure why it didn't show up. I think that's just a failing in the way things are reported through Twitch. But thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate it. My ruby red, and then the question is nautical blue or true blue. I'm going for more vivid, so I'm going to go with true blue, and then we can shade down with nautical blue as needed, if needed. We'll see. They're heroes. They like bright colors. Fuck this kit, fuck this instruction in particular. Fucking Revell and the parts magically going together in the instructions. Yeah, that's always frustrating when it's like, just take this tab and insert it gently into this hole. And you're like, that's a different shape. It's a different shape. Oh, I appreciate that, B-Proxy. Well, you're gonna, you know what? You know what, B-Proxy? You're gonna get thanks anyway, bro. And you're just gonna have to deal with it. Because that's apparently how we roll around here. Know what I'm saying? I don't. I have no idea what I'm saying, so I hope that you do. Welp, I'm leaving. That right there, that's pro streamer behavior, baby.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
It does miss things sometimes. I don't know what the catalyst for that is. I think it's probably just the number of things happening at the same time. It tends to miss at least one of them. So let's put down some blue paint and see if we can't get a little further into this second core box, because I'm telling you, I really want to move on to the special characters, but I want these ones done first. Let me take Aomer off his stand here. I think next painting stream we're going to be trying to wrap up Aomer for our one brush to rule them all painting challenge. I think he's got one more good session in him, and I'll probably be happy with where he is. Mostly detailing, finishing off his armor, and then doing his basing. I may use a shitty brush to put PVA glue down on the base. I may do that. Atlas, not Atlas, sorry, Machine God. I fool around a little bit with this guy, with this Atlas. He still needs more work. I'm not seeing it yet. I think that this blue stripe in the middle is not what I want it to be. I might want to brighten that up to make a more clear distinction between the two thirds. So I've only printed the fully assembled Sumatha. I haven't printed the individual parts, but the individual parts will be so easy to do. So easy to do. That said, I should actually test that to see how the legs fit together, because they have kind of a funny joint on them. Get the Spectrum red out of here. I don't need that. And I'm going to thin this down with just a touch of Flow Improver. Just a touch. Where is that at? Here we go. Not much. Really just a drop of it. And then a little bit of distilled water. Because I'm kind of trying to cheat. With this today. Let's get these homeboys on their handles. There's Captain America. There's Spider-Man. Where's my third one? There it is. And there goes Captain Marvel. I might try some of this Spectrum red on the brickwork on her base, actually. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Spooderman! Wow, that was We're going to address that in a minute. In the meantime, let's start on Spider-Man. It's just... because he just fell... He fell right off the base.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Pro streamer, ladies and gentlemen. Stand back. Alright, now I'm just going to try to lay this down fairly thin. I'll have some nasty seams on his ass here, but, you know, oh well, I'm just going to deal with that. I can cover that up manually, I think.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Somebody pissing off Dark Fox? That's no good. I suggest you refrain. That box is not as much fun as it sounds like. You really don't need much of this stuff at all. It is quite vivid. Obviously, I'm going to be doing some touch-ups on... Oh, I should probably focus in on what I'm doing, eh? How's that? There we go. If I was a superhero, I would be Extruder Man. I'd just have a couple of filament extruders, and I'd be like, bah! Eat bed adhesion, villain! Your nefarious deeds will not help your layers bind. It sounds like a shitty superhero, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would take almost any power over the implied power of Extruder Man. That's not bad. That is not bad for a simple pre-shade that I'm going to work up into actual highlights there. That gives some fairly reasonable guides. Makes good use of the zenithal, I feel like. Ooh, you got some resin. That's exciting. We'd like to get a couple of the broken up examples. Many thanks. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, do me a favor, Sumitha. Send me a message on Discord about that right now. Just remind me to send you the files and tell me specifically which parts you'd like printed. I can get them on the printer, like, tonight for you. Now, I have to send a number of things out to people right now. I have several Borealises with several people's names on them, including you, Sumitha. I have been refraining from mailing them out via USPS specifically because since about December, I have had some serious problems getting things that I ordered here. I have a number of items that I ordered from a number of different places that have been held up by USPS. They have been having some pretty serious trouble over the last couple of months. They say they're catching up, but I don't want to put anything into their system while they're having these problems until they're worked out. It's taking long enough. I think I may go ahead and send them through another carrier like UPS, FedEx, someone like that. But you will get your stuff. I just don't want it to be lost in the mail. That is such a shitty feeling. Still haven't gotten my Game Envy brushes. Still haven't gotten a piece of heavy velvet that I ordered via eBay. I did want to say about, is it G3D, G-Tech, GST 3D? You know, they've had a number of sales on 3D printer filament lately. Ah, damn it. I want to roll over that cable. And, I had some issues with them I complained about a little while ago on stream where they sent me 10 of the wrong color of filament and then didn't get back to me via customer service for like a long time. They finally did. It was a pain in the ass to get a hold of their customer service, but when I did get a hold of them, they just went ahead and sent me 10 new rolls of filament. And that is kind of the best possible scenario for me as far as the rectification of getting the wrong color of filament. Like, that is the right response. And I wanted to let people know that in case, by any chance, you heard my experience with GST 3D. I think that's the company. That their customer service is difficult to get a hold of, but they did provide me with a full replacement, so I have no real complaints. Wait, what did I miss? What do I gap fill with? Looks kind of like Pepsi Man with only the pants painted, you know? Spider-Man he's the right choice for a new generation. So I didn't do any gap filling on these guys, and I argued with myself as to whether I should, because I think you can tell there are some little gaps here from where I assembled here on the leg. There's one on the arm. I opted for laziness, ultimately. I was like, I don't feel like filling them, and they're close enough. If you use a good amount of plastic cement, like there should be seams here, but they don't really show up. There should be a seam down here, it doesn't really show up. There should be a seam on the neck that doesn't really show up. Like, they're so minor, I'm just like, at arm's length, I'm never gonna notice, you know? Yeah, like, I didn't do any filling on this one, B-Proxy. I just assembled with plastic cement. The other thing is that these Atomic Mass Games figures, while they do have some gaps, they're generally fit close enough that you don't wind up with significant gaps. Like, seriously, Captain Marvel here is assembled in so many pieces. Her forearms are separate pieces from her upper arms, which are separate from her torso, which is in 2 different pieces. Her legs are 2 different pieces. Her belt, her sash, is a completely separate piece. Like, there are so many seams on here, they actually go together pretty well. If I was going to gap fill on these, I would probably use liquid green stuff. You could do it with just green stuff, just jam it in there and smooth it with some water and scrape off the excess. Liquid green stuff is good for gap filling things that are this tiny, because you just kind of brush on a couple layers of it and then scrape off the excess. I use green stuff for when I have gaps that are like, you know, a 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter or more. Yeah, and that's another one to squares. When you're assembling these, if you just use a reasonable amount of plastic cement, and not be too messy with it, but use a reasonable amount before you press the parts together, it tends to fill the gaps on its own. Speaking of which, that's all the blue on Spider-Man, so I might as well do this. Let me glue Steve back to his base here. I know what I did wrong. I know exactly what I did wrong. I didn't score his base before I glued him down, and that is just silly. Holy shit, Roland with the 1 year of subs. I don't know how the numbers on that work out, because I wasn't streaming a year ago, and I wasn't able to get subs until... Hang on, I just gotta score this. I wasn't able to get subs until I'd been streaming for a month, so the math doesn't seem to add up for me, but you know what, I'm not gonna complain. Whatever, Twitch. You do you, Twitch. What is time, anyway? It's all relative, isn't it? Oh, that's okay. And then his other foot goes here. I was in a hurry, and I normally am always sure to score my bases when I do my gluing. Now, I don't plastic cement these guys down to their bases, even though plastic cement would bind them to them. And I don't do that for one simple reason, and that is that I have had to rebase enough minis in my life because I changed my mind, that I don't want to have to cut them off of their base. I'd rather be able to toss them in the freezer, pull them out, snap them free. A little bit of scoring goes a long way towards ensuring a good bond with super glue, though. Particularly since if you're gluing a painted surface to a painted surface, what you're actually doing is gluing one paint to another paint, which means the overall strength of your bond will be the overall strength of the paint to the surface underlying it, which, even when it's really, really good, is just not that strong when it comes to shear or pull strength. So you want to score so that you get down into the plastic a little bit, at the very least. New desk chair? That's exciting. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it's like a month ahead, effectively. It's like when I first got affiliate and people were able to sub, it'd be like, oh, 1 month of subscription, because technically you bought it at the start of that month. Alright, fair enough. We are only a couple of days off from the start of the stream. Heated buttocks massagers. Oh my god. Did I do? Yeah, I did enough. Okay. Let's just go ahead and plant you right there, Steve. Steve the pirate. Yar. Oh, nope, don't slide around. There you go. Let's just hold you there for a minute until you've set a wee little bit, yeah? Now we're going to set you down and let that cure for a minute. Sniffing glue on stream? That's right, baby. We are going all out. Welcome to the Thunderhead Studio. Let's do legal drugs together. No, I shouldn't even, like, yeah, they'll jump all over me for that crap. Yee. How you doing today, Shock21? It's good to see you. Wait, what parts of her are blue and what parts are red? Hang on. I need reference. Most of her is blue. Booties, gloves, and shoulders are red. Okay. Go. That is a very nice blue. That is a very nice blue. I'm going to texture and highlight off of it, but as far as a base goes, that is lovely. I really do like these Dr. P.H. Martin's inks. Which again, it's not really an ink, it's an acrylic, but it more describes the density of the pigment, the translucency of the medium, and the overall, what's its consistency than anything else. It did. That did happen a few times, Shock21. I was hanging out in some streams this morning working on some 3D modeling. As it happens, we like a lot of the same things and the same people, Shock21. What a shock. Okay. I'm definitely going to try to step up my game a little bit on these core set figures from MCP, but I'm not going to break myself off on them. I'm setting like time limits for how much time I spend painting each one, just because I know I could spend forever on them, but I just want these to play the game. I want to push myself a little bit from the previous round of paint jobs that I did, having learned some lessons, but I really just want them painted so I can play the game. What a concept, huh? Sometimes we play games with these minis and not just paint them endlessly. And hopefully moving on into 2021, we'll be playing a whole lot more actual games. Wouldn't that be nice? Pond Burn! Oh my god, with a tier 3 subscription, 12 months of subs. Pond Burn, holy shit, man. Whew. Thank you so much for that, Pond Burn. Yeah, it's been about a year. It will be officially 1 year as of the 20th. As of the 20th, and we're going to have a little bit of a celebration here on stream for that. That should be a good time. Paint the booty. How you doing, Pond Burn? How are things, man? You up to anything fun today? Got my reference piece over here. Okay, red heels. Yeah. Not much red on Captain Marvel, but enough. Enough. What's everybody watching right now? Raised by Wolves is over. I mean, not over, but, you know, the first season is over, and I won't be able to watch that again for a while. As confusing as said first season was, it was very, very watchable. I like Travis Fimmel. I picked up Vikings again, because I hadn't watched it since, like, season 5, and it's over now, and all the episodes are on Amazon, so I'm like, screw it, why not? Let's go ahead and watch it. Not like super excited about it. I guess I'm just a Travis Fimmel fan, because once he was out of the show, I'm like, okay, I get it. And then the Sons of Ragnar are like, I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge. I am the most Ragnar-like. And I'm like, I don't care. You got your Kickstarter rewards for the Altered Carbon RPG. I didn't even know there was an Altered Carbon RPG. Watching some streamer paint. Not caught up on Vikings. Yeah, I'm way behind. I'm getting through it, though. I mean, it's a good enough show. It's just that when it doesn't have the actual bizarre performance of Travis Fimmel going on, I'm decidedly less interested in it. The content of the show minus that particular performance, it's okay. It is okay. The guy who did that show tried to do another show called, like, Nightfall or something recently, and it was not good. At least it didn't grab me. I watched the first episode of it, and I was like, pass. Just finished Season 3 of The Expanse. Congratulations! Yeah, dude, to Square, The Expanse, this latest season, Season 5, has been really quite good. I am not, like, I know I've said this 1,000 times, but, you know, it's my stream, I'm gonna say it again. I was not a huge fan of The Expanse Season 4. And as you watch it, Riot Sister, I feel like you will probably see what I mean about it. Like, it is very different from the previous seasons. It really goes off and does its own thing, and I was... Even though it introduces an actor who I love into the show, Burn Gorman, it just didn't have the intrigue of the previous seasons. And a lot of characters I really wanted to know more about got kind of shafted. But that said, Season 5 so far has been phenomenal. Like, a major improvement, sort of back to the roots of what I enjoyed about it in the first place. And that's been nice. I've been enjoying that quite a lot. And I'm glad, because I fucking like that series. I've been watching The Expanse, you know, in order to just flaunt my nerd cred, because obviously it's super important that everybody give me credit for this, you guys. If I may gatekeep for a moment. Not really. I started watching The Expanse weekly as it came out with the first episode of Season 1. I saw a Come and Get You for it on, I don't remember what I was watching. For some reason I was watching the Sci-Fi Channel, which even at that point was questionable. But I saw a Come and Get You for season 1 of a new show called The Expanse. I'd never read the books or anything like that. I just thought that it looked cool. And I started watching with episode 1 on weekly release. And, you know, basically what I'm saying is that I'm better than all the other fans and I deserve recognition. That's all the blue, right? Yeah. I was almost on a sci-fi reality show. Ooh, which one, right? Was it that one that was like, you're gonna be superheroes, you make up a superhero persona, and then you run around and you solve fake crimes and fight fake supervillains. And was that one, like, pudgy bald dude who they were like, we're gonna make him into a villain? That was, that was a weird show. Nightfall had Mark Hamill as a former Knight Templar who escaped captivity in the Holy Land and tries to lead the protagonist on a quest for the Holy Grail. I never got that far into it. I watched like the first episode and was like, this is trying really hard to be super duper edgy, which is not surprising given that it was the same dude who did Vikings. But again, Vikings had a couple of performances to really, really rely on. I didn't even know Mark Hamill was in the show. I had no idea. They couldn't have advertised it all that well because I feel like I am the target demographic for Mark Hamill is in this show. Don't you want to watch it? Fandemonium. I'd never even heard of that one. Oh, that's right. The superhero one was on like Spike TV or something else terrible like that. Remember television channels? Oh, those were the days, except they're back. With a vengeance.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
I love that this book implies that I have like a somewhat abusive relationship with my paint pots and that they are just desperate for me to use them. Anthropomorphizing paint pots may be the greatest genius of Chaotic Harmony. That and Did I read this right? He's like got some official censure against him from PGI and MechWarrior Online. Does anyone care to elaborate on that? Because that seems insane. I watch the guy. I'm telling you, he doesn't stream snipe anybody. He just whoops their asses in stupid ways. As far as I can tell, Chaotic often doesn't even care if he wins or not. He loses quite a lot. You don't? That's none of your damn business. So I'm going to do something different with this Captain America than I did with my last one. I'm going to try to give him fingerless leather gloves. I'm going full-on Avengers MCU with him. At least in one of those he had fingerless gloves, as I remember. Admittedly, it's been a while since I've watched any of the MCU movies that wasn't like Ant-Man. Damn, I should have done Ant-Man. He would have used a lot of these same colors. Wait, he got an email? Like, something official, like, actually happened? All I saw was that some duder who he beat on Twitch banned him from his Twitch and from his Discord channel, which I think is just kind of silly. It's ridiculous that they would actually take action against him for just using the tools that they gave him. He doesn't cheat at the game. He's not even a dick about it. He just has fun. I mean, you know, no more than he is on any given day. Fingerless gloves. What is this, 1985? No, man, this ain't Wonder Woman, it's Captain America. I can see how you might get confused. You know, they both fight Nazis, they both got a guy named Steve. But believe it or not, they're separate properties. It was called Fangasm, and it was in 2013. My God, you are lucky to have not been in a show called Fangasm, Riot Sister. That is a red flag right there. Holy crap. This is what I'm trying to find out soon, but apparently it's in the video game channel. I'll be sure to check it out here in a, you know what, I might just go check it out right now, because I am hopelessly curious. I think I left a teeny little bit of flashing here that I didn't see. I didn't realize there was any on this model. This is about the only flashing I've found on any of these figures, and it just pops out at me once I do my Zenithal. Let's see if we can't take it off without marring our primer job too much. So basically, PGI has done something very, very stupid with the way that they handle matchmaking in their game, and instead of reacting to it appropriately and doing something to prevent the abuse, they're just lashing out at a person who's like, hey, look how easy it is to dominate people when you do this. Brilliant. I would be really upset if I gave a shit about that game at all. But I stopped playing it a long time ago. Not because I have any judgment against the game or because I have a meaningful thesis on why the game is bad, but because I'm terrible at it, and I get my ass kicked constantly, and I am not above admitting that. Whew, that blue is really, really nice when it comes together. A little bit down in here, between the buckle. Yeah. It was not called during the audition channel, or the audition process. Okay. Did it happen? Did the show... Because, like, admittedly, I wasn't exactly paying attention to sci-fi in 2013. I think I was really obsessed with Dread at the time. Yeah, they haven't, like, responded to him at all. It did? I'm gonna have to look this up now so I know what he potentially would have been in. And that's fine, Datron Voltari, like, I get that. I get that they're... But... How, like, if you're abusing players... If you're hacking the game, if you're cheating in some way, this makes sense for there to be some lash out at it, but... It's like, all he's doing is doing something that is 100% permissible and having fun doing it and kind of laughing at how easy it is, and I don't see how that's really that bad. You can think that it's a dickish thing to do, but are we really at a point where it's like, this guy's kind of a dick, let's censure him? If you have a problem with the fact that it is something people can do, why don't you do something about it? Now, disclaimer, I don't really have much of an opinion on the subject, nor am I in any way an expert on the balance in MWO, so I cannot even pretend to comment meaningfully on it. All I know is that I've watched Chaotic Harmony do it, and I have a hard time. Like, if I were on the receiving end of it, would I be a little bit salty? Sure, but if I reported somebody every time I was a little bit salty because they kicked my ass in a video game, I wouldn't play any games. Nobody would. That's crazy. I would take my beating and move on. But, you know, what I would do is not particularly relevant either. I do not encourage anyone to take my opinion on this subject as anything that I'm trying to sell as you should have this opinion too, because again, I fully admit, I don't know enough about the game. I never played enough of it. I'm bad at that game. I feel like it reminds me of when Titanfall 1. When Titanfall 1 multiplayer was a big deal for a little while, there was a gun in Titanfall 1 called the Smart Gun. And it's bullshit. It's a bullshit gun. It literally, the targeting reticle is a big square that fills a part of the screen about like that big. Like if you're looking at the screen right now and this is filling your screen, the reticle would be about that large. And if you put someone in this box, it takes about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, and it goes deedly 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 deed, and it locks on to like 4 parts of their body, and you pull the trigger once, and it goes da 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 da, and the bullets arc and hit each and every one of those parts of their body. And if you lock onto somebody like 3 times, it goes deet deet deet, and then pull the trigger once, they just die. And it doesn't matter where the hell they are, as long as they're inside this box, they're just dead. It's a bullshit gun. We didn't get people fucking censured or banned for using it. Did we like people who used it? God, no. Did we complain endlessly about it and call them names? Absolutely. Would it have been appropriate for Respawn to take action against those people? No. If they don't like it, they can change it in one day. They go in, they change a couple lines of code, and boom, it's not in the game anymore. Holy crap, it's fixed. If you don't like what Chaotic's doing, change it. If it's resulting in a bad play experience, change it. This is the part where normally I would go on a long-winded rant about certain, this generation doesn't have any consequences, but I'm just, you know, not that much of an idiot. I mean, I am that much of an idiot, but not about that subject. Ultimately, I hope it works out well for Chaotic Harmony because he is a friend of mine and because I have observed the gameplay in question, and I just don't think it's that bad. But at the end of the day, if the worst thing that ever happens to Chaotic Harmony is he gets censured by a company making kind of a shitty mech game that's on its way out, I mean, I think he'll probably be okay. I don't know, maybe he's crying himself to sleep right now, but I doubt it. And this really just leaves it open for someone else to do the same thing if they feel like it. But who knows, maybe nobody else wants to do it. Maybe he really is that big a bastard. I guess we'll find out. As I recall, the point he was really making was that it had nothing to do with the Lerms and everything to do with the fact that any team working together at all will be able to dominate people if they're able to group up and join pugs as a lance. Now, there's an interesting question, Datron, and I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, even though I've been talking about it for a minute, because again, I'll fully recognize my opinion on the subject is meaningless, and should not be taken as gospel or even something that I terribly believe in, because my own experience with it is so very limited. I don't feel like I'm capable of having a meaningful opinion. So, you know, big old grain of salt. Did he go into other people's streams and rant at them? Because I experienced several times other people coming into his stream. I experienced him talking about people on his stream and then people coming to him. I experienced people posting videos of him on their Discords talking all kinds of shit about him long before he did anything of the sort. I have experienced him posting clips of other people's streams where they complained endlessly about him, and I would say that is maybe the most inappropriate thing he's done, but that's really not that bad. That's really not that bad. If you're streaming on Twitch and you're gonna get pissed off because people clip it when you act like you're salty, like, you should just be on... probably shouldn't be streaming games, man. That's half the reason we watch these games.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may
Oh,
feel
shit.
the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then
Oh, let's fix
slide
it.
it to the right, and then
See, that's-
hold it off screen entirely.
That's
Come
my
on,
Twitch karma
Thunderhead,
right there.
Put it back on camera.
Let's fix it. And we're back. And okay, that's fair enough, Datron. Maybe he pushed a little far. I don't know. I honestly don't know. So again, what you should take away from the last, like, 10, 20 minutes of me talking about this endlessly is that my opinion is meaningless. It is. It just is. I think the whole thing's a bit silly, but I'm sure more qualified individuals than I will make that call. More qualified individual. I'm sorry. Even with my limited experience, I know that PGI is kind of a crap company. Can't take that remark seriously. God, MechWarrior 5 is such a mess. Just such a mess. I tried to get back into playing it so we could do like some co-op, and I just couldn't keep going with it. It's such a shite game. I tried to like ramp up so that we could run some Lance Ops, and it took me like 2 missions of trying to remind myself of the... just get myself back in the groove of it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I stopped playing this game because I hate it. Now I remember. I know, Nanotanks, doesn't the whole thing just seem silly? But whatever. You know, there's gonna be... That's the thing, though. You guys, I mean... You guys are involved in miniature painting for the most part. You know, if there's a hobby, there's gonna be drama. If you think a thing is too silly for anyone to get dramatic about it, you have not been in enough hobby groups. I have witnessed so much bullshit being a part of hobbyist groups. I have witnessed insane drama in the SCA, the Society for Creative Anachronisms, which is a bunch of people who are one step removed from just straight up LARPing. And even that's being generous. They're not even one step removed. They're just LARPing. It's just that they're LARPing things that are arguably based in historical somethings. But I mean, I've seen arguments in the SCA get like really heated. I have seen people expelled from the society for serious crimes and arguments over whether one king of a made-up kingdom is a Nazi or like people. It's just people. Yeah, drama on the internet. Fetch my fainting couch. My God, my knitting group imploded in 26. Wait, did that really happen? Every group has a blue falcon. Every group has that fucking guy. You know TFG, you know that fucking guy. And hey, in all fairness, maybe Chaotic is that fucking guy right now. Yeah. I'll tell you what I want to know about Chaotic Harmony. I'll tell you what I want to know. The thing that needs answering for me. When's the next painting stream? When are we going to get to see some more paint going down on some more sweet, sweet mechs? That's my question. You're a people. No, you are. Hang on a second. using my own paint jobs as reference for how I did things here. Okay. What's going on, Hathrir? How you doing today, man? This little helmet thing is funny because he's got these little cheek plates that come down, and then he's got his little wings, so his ears and his wings stick through. But they can be easy to confuse for one another. Also, I'm going to need to do his eyes separately. And of course, his eyes are little more than these vague pits in his facial region. That'll be a fun time. I think that's all his blue, though. He's got red and white stripes on his abdomen. Red and white on the shield, then we got gloves, boots. Okay. Let's do a little bit of red. Oh, Riot Sister, thank you for keeping me, you know, not totally hunched over and dehydrated. I appreciate that. DLC due out last April needed to be delayed because of Cyberpunk. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain that it had to be delayed because of Cyberpunk and not because it, you know, wasn't fucking ready. I'm sure that's the explanation. Shucks, guys, it was Cyberpunk. That's the reason that we still haven't released the DLC. It was because it was going to be too popular. Ignore the fact that it's now receiving, like, massive criticism in the press, and this would be literally the perfect time to release something if that's what we were worried about. No. It's too popular. God, they're so full of shit. So unbelievably full of shit. Sheza Gaming. I do Zenithal with an airbrush. You could do it with a rattle can. It's going to be tricky. Doing anything precisely with a rattle can is going to be tricky. I do recommend if people are doing miniature paint, like if you're miniature painting for more than 6 months and you've got any disposable income, I don't want to say should. You'd be doing yourself a favor to set aside $100 to $120 and picking up one of the, like, Master Series starter sets for airbrushing, which comes with a couple of airbrushes and a compressor. That's what I started with a fair number of years ago, and I'm lazy and cheap. So I am still using the same compressor from that set. I've gotten several airbrushes since then on various deals, but I'm still using the same compressor. I need to trade up, honestly. It's starting to die, but that's my problem. Let's try some of this, Dr. P.H. Martin's Ruby Red and see how this does. An airbrush, but no space. Isn't that always the challenge, Sheza? It would behoove you. There we go. Thank you very much, Riot Sister. See, that's the thing, though, Roland. We expected great things out of Cyberpunk, and it did not deliver. I don't expect anything out of a MechWarrior 5 DLC. I expect the MechWarrior 5 DLC to be just disappointing bullshit. So it would have to basically break my PC for it to disappoint me. If it's even remotely good, it will be a pleasant surprise. A very pleasant surprise indeed. Yeah, Blue Falcon is Buddy Fucker. It's Bravo Foxtrot. That's the problem with the Blue Falcon. Been a unique couple of weeks due to work. I shall leave it at that. Knowing your job, I can imagine, man. I am so looking forward to getting the hell out of here for a little while again. I'm going to be bringing these figures. I'm trying to... Okay, yeah, Hethrir. I'm trying to get these figures done by the time we're meeting up in February, because I want to play some of this game with you. Which, I've got plenty of time to do that. We'll just, see if I pull it off or not. That, and I've got a couple things I'm bringing you. I think you'll like them. I could be wrong, but I think you will. Dude. Using Krylon. Yeah, listen to Vergaderung. He's done a lot more rattle can priming and work than I have lately. I switched to an airbrush long enough ago that I'm reluctant to give advice on rattle can priming because I haven't done much of it for a while. This is a lovely red, but yeah, this is gonna need some highlighting done. I mean, I knew that, but it's definitely darker. I think the combination, like, honestly, guys, if you were just looking for tabletop standard paint jobs, I know that contrast paints are very popular, but if you had an airbrush or just the capacity or the finesse to do a quick zenithal prime job with a rattle can, and then all you had were these Spectralite Dr. P.H. Martin's acrylics, this was all you had, and you just did what I'm doing now, if this is all you did, like, I would call these tabletop standard quality ready to go. You probably want to do some more on them, but honestly, like, it's not bad. You want to put down like a matte sealant on top of it, but I mean, just looking at the way the zenithal came through the blue here, like, it's not perfect. I'm gonna do some work on it, but shit, it's not terrible. Let's have a look here. B-Proxy, they are these. Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite Private Collection Liquid Acrylic. I realize they don't even say ink on them. I just keep saying that because I'm a rube. Using a matte black, white, and gray. Don't like the gray. Part of the trouble you're going to run into zenithal priming with rattle cans is that it's going to build up a very thick layer of paint very quickly. Whereas with an airbrush, you can lay down like an incredibly thin layer of primer and do a few rounds of it without ever affecting the detail of your figures. Now, if you're doing that with a rattle can, you really want to do just the gentlest of mistings. The gentlest. Holy moly, Altered Man with the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and thank you so much for that follow. Hope you're having a great day. Now, one thing about using these particular products is it does dry to a semi-gloss finish. You may want to put down a matte clear coat on top of the Dr. P.H. Martins if you want to do some detailing, which I'm going to do. I'm going to put down a matte clear coat before I continue too much with the detailing on these. Well, I'm going to try doing it without, and we'll see how it goes. And if it is a problem, then I'll probably want to put that down. Why, thank you very much, Altered Man. You can thank the wonderful people of chat for that. This very stream, these very chatters bought me this camera, and it is nice. It is very, very nice. Of course, I still haven't put in the necessary amount of work to stretch its legs properly and get the most out of it, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? How you doing, Altered Man? I want to touch up my blue. Teeny tiny little bit. A couple of small spots I think I missed. Where did they go? There's one. There. A little bit down here, around this spider on his back. Someone remind me, is the spider on his back white or black? I can't remember. I feel like it's been both, depending on who did the art. So if it comes down to a question of which artist, what I want to know is, what did Todd McFarlane do? Because I love that dude's Spider-Man art. Yes, yes, yes. If you're ever curious, by the way, Altered Man, you can always hit !model, and assuming that I've done my job, it will let you know what it is that I'm painting today. But these are figures from Atomic Mass Games' Marvel Crisis Protocol. So I've got Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, and Captain America here today because they're all red and blue, so I figured I'd do them all at once. Looking to take private courses in miniature painting. So there is a painter here on Twitch who goes by Thunderdome Drew. And I know for a fact that he offers private lessons in miniature painting, and I can recommend him as a painter. He is a fantastic minis painter, so if you're looking for private lessons, I humbly suggest that you check out Thunderdome Drew. I don't do like teaching myself. I always like to answer questions and give people techniques and give critique and stuff like that. But if you're looking for something that is like an organized private lesson, I think he would be able to help you out. I think he'd be happy to. He's a great guy. I'm gonna have to do some blacklining on all these stupid webs. I got the other Spider-Mans in as well. I've got the Miles Morales Spider-Man, who's like black and red, and then I've got the Spider-Gwen, Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy. But we're doing basic Spidey first. Spidey and Venom, and then we'll deal with the rest of his villains and allies. New custom is white, classic is black. Yeah, I'm thinking black. That'll be a little tricky, but we can get that done. Can I post some character art for my CP Red character in the Storm Report? Please do, Roland. Absolutely. Go right ahead. CP in this case being Cyberpunk. It's also been red too. Yeah, red sounded familiar as well. The spider on his back being red. I could see doing it in red just because this is going to be tricky to do in black. I'm already going to be blacklining a lot of the other stuff. No, he's not here right now. See link to Todd McFarlane Spider-Man cover art with red spider. Oh yeah, it totally is, and like a real deep black blue. I think that's what I'm going to do then. Todd McFarlane always did some of my favorite Spider-Man art. He did a lot of the art when Spider-Man was in the black costume. He's one of the reasons that when I paint black on comic book characters, I almost invariably veer blue. To Square, thank you for that. Let me check my... Oh, I have a bad habit of hunching. Bad habit of hunching. Absolutely, Sumitha. Yeah, black spider on the front, red on the back. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do red then. I'm into that. Let's go ahead and lay some down. Yeah, I like the red spider on the back. I think this is the way to go. And as soon as you said that, like, I could see it. I was like, oh yeah, I remember the big red spider on the blue field. The fact that it's been other colors is doubtlessly what has been confusing me, because when I think about Spider-Man, I can think of it being all three ways. Rather, I can picture it being all three ways. That makes sense. Use your words. I'm glad that you have been able to help him out with that rattle can information, Vergatarung, because that is a subject where I'd be like, I don't know, I guess some of them are good. I just haven't used rattle cans on minis in such a long time that I'm kind of useless on that subject. You know, more so than usual. Ugh, Spider-Man's gonna drive me crazy with all this black lining. Maybe what I'll do is I'll leave this deep ruby red in the recesses for the webs, and then highlight the squares up real high, and not have to do the black... Oof, I don't know. He might just take a nice long night of detailing to get right. He is, unfortunately, a very annoying costume for how few colors he has. I wish that they had made the web marks deeper. Or maybe, you know what, maybe I'll try an oil wash on him. That might be the ideal, to not have to blackline each and every teeny little tiny crevice. Because that's not fun. Nobody likes that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Thankfully, since black is going over top of this, I'm not too worried about being messy on the spider. I just want to make sure that I highlight up enough around it that the black stands out. But that's going to be the trick with the red in general, is making it bright and vivid enough that black stands out against it. Highlighted black, not true black, mind you, but still. Overall, pretty happy with this base red. These inks are not inks. Sorry, these real thin liquid acrylics are very sensitive to undershading, and I think if I was being particularly ambitious with my undershading, I could do a lot more work with it before washing these over top. This may be something we experimented a little bit with this last year, but I feel like it's something I could do more with this year. Why the hell not? Would an enamel wash you clean off work? Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking, is taking an oil and sort of slathering it all over and letting it run into the crevices and then just sort of dabbing it off. Let it dry for 24 to 48 hours and then come back in and do some individual highlights. That may be what I wind up doing with him. And I think it would work particularly well because, again, this does dry to a semi-gloss. And I know that you want a glossy surface before you do oil washes because you want them to really run into the crevices and not hold up on anything. So maybe we'll try that on old Spidey. Starting to have a Stormtrooper problem? Well, you're painting Stormtroopers. There's your problem. God, I painted something like 50 Stormtroopers when Star Wars Legion first came out, and that was after I did all the ones for Imperial Assault. And I haven't been able to get myself back into a Stormtrooper painting mood since then. Like, it has literally been years at this point. And I've painted like one squad of Stormtroopers for my second Imperial Army after I sold my first one, but that was about it. I managed to paint clones before I got back into a Stormtrooper painting mood, and that's silly because they're basically the same thing. Paint job wise. How many Stormtroopers you got done, Vergaderone? How many Stormtroopers do you have left to go? If ever there was a candidate for like easy batch painting techniques, they are it. The problem is you're printing Stormtroopers. Oh, so endless Stormtroopers. Oh, you're printing those Darkfire Designs ones. Yeah. But the question is, how many? How many do you really need? Unfortunately, the answer is quite a lot. They're a very versatile unit. So I'm doing red on his little shin guards and his forearm guards, but I'm going to do the gloves and the boots in sort of a red-brown. Don Zvergo, how's it going, man? How are things? I gave you a follow earlier. I haven't had a chance to stop into your stream yet. How are you today, my friend? I hope you're having a good one. Ooh, this brush has seen better days, but it works just fine for this job. I think I'm going to go with like a yellowish leather to because if I go with like a red leather, it's just going to blend in with the red. Not blend in, but it's not going to contrast very well with the actual red that I'm using for his guards. But a yellow leather, that should work nicely, like a tanned yellow. Absolutely. They serve their... That's one of the best lines in Rebels. Honestly, one of the best lines in Rebels. There is a moment when Agent Callus is deploying stormtroopers against some characters who themselves are spoilers, and I won't give them away. And the character says something to the effect of, if you're coming after us, you better have a better class of soldier than them stormtroopers. And Callus responds very coldly, they serve their empire well, and I have a great many of them. Which does seem like a solid argument for the use of stormtroopers. Oh, you're mostly streaming at the same time, huh? Yeah, that's how it works out. I like to catch other streamers. As a streamer, I like to catch other streamers, but I think most of us recognize, like, you know, a lot of the time we're streaming ourselves. It's surprisingly difficult to find the time to actually hang out in other people's streams unless their schedules just happen to line up with ours. But I appreciate you stopping in, man. And, you know, the time we're not streaming, we usually like to spend working on stuff, in theory. You can special weapons variants now. Nice, nice. Does Darkfire have special weapons variants available for printing, or are you putting them together yourself? You realize since we will be gaming with these, I reserve the right to analyze every mistake you made and berate you ceaselessly to amuse myself. I mean, you were gonna do that anyway, Hethrir. Like, who do you think you're talking to? Of course that's going to happen. You think I haven't known you for years and years? Because I have. As long as I'm jobless, it's easy for me to stop by on the week. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Don Zvergo, assuming that that is a negative thing. It's not always for everybody, but I know that 2020 has seen a lot of people in the same circumstances. It's been a rough year, you guys. I was just talking about this with Steel Warrior Studios earlier today, like... And I know that this is just like funny memes everybody's been saying for a while now over the course of the year, but seriously, 2020 was like the longest decade I can remember living through. It's been crazy. It's easy to forget all the things that we've done over the course of the year. And this was the conversation I was having with Steel Warrior. He's like, you know, and then like my wife had to remind me, take a step back and do an inventory of everything that's happened. It has been a lot of changes, a lot of work. It doesn't feel like you've really done that much because it seems like it's been forever. It's been 1 year. 1 year that has seen massive change. A lot of it for the negative for a lot of people, and that sucks. For some of us, the change has been very good. And, honestly, I try not to go on and on about it because I know how much it sucked for so many people. Germany being jobless is not that hard. Yeah, well, you live someplace that has actual social safety nets. And yet, because I live in America, even talking about that is considered political, so I'm just going to avoid it. Using the Darkfire kits in his clone weapons pack because one of them looks like the DLT-19 Heavy Blaster. That's an easy swap. Making the weapons themselves is not too hard. Then you can just kind of put them in the pre-existing weapons poses. And I mean, failing that, something I've also done for Vergaderung, you can usually find like full-size files for stuff like the DLT-19 on Thingiverse. Or something similar enough to it that you just take that, shrink it down, and stick it on your model. It generally works. I did that for some of my droids, I feel like, and it worked out just fine. I did it with a JT-12 jetpack. I just took one of the full-size files somebody had for printing. I shrunk it down, I stuck it on a clone trooper, and I was like, boom, he's got a jetpack. Worked out nicely. Uploaded a pic of some 15, I assume, millimeter tanks? Usually, if you're painting 15-meter tanks, you're just painting tanks. Actually, 15 meters would be giant tanks. That'd be like Red Skull-style super tanks. I uploaded some picture of a full-size, real-life Baneblade that I've been painting. Used the enamel wash technique on... Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Nanotanks, because I'd like to see that since I might have to do something very similar with Spider-Man. I could do each and every line by hand, but I'll just be honest with you, I don't wanna. Really don't wanna? So I'd prefer to avoid that. Should have done this blue first, but I forgot that he had some blue on his shield under the star. Whoopsies. What's up, Carla J. Reynolds? How you doing today? Full-size Baneblade, why not? Why the hell not? What's stopping us, right? Let nothing but fear hold you back. Maybe gravity. Making progress. Oop, I know where I want some blue that I didn't have it. In between the shapes on the Avengers logo. There needs to be some blue. Because it's like red and white on blue, as I recall. And then the Avengers logo is, yeah, it's a red circle with a white A. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Chaotic. It all seems silly to me. It all seems very silly. I fully confess that I don't play the game, so it's hard for me to really have an opinion on it. I just know that I've watched you play, and I don't get it. I don't get it, man. But hey, you brought attention to the problem, right? Isn't that ostensibly the goal? Something tells me they're not gonna fix it, though. Because they don't view what you've been doing as the problem, they view you as the problem. Tricky to paint with a split brush. Yeah, this brush is having some trouble. That's why I'm just using it for my base coating here. I'm getting down to a point where it's not going to be good for this model anymore. This is a very old brush that I'm using. But I'm making do. I normally use it for like washes and stuff like that. I can still get a flat out of it though, so it works. Yeah, the whole thing's silly. I think that's where we landed with the discussion about it, is that this whole thing is silly. It's a silly thing to have a problem with in the first place. Of course, it was a silly thing for them to do in the first place, so who knows. Can't we all just get along? I think I asked earlier and I didn't even look for the answers and I feel bad about it, but I was asking what y'all are watching right now, like television-wise. Because I'm looking for some new things to watch. Then I just sort of whined about the things that I was watching that aren't available, and I think I talked about Vikings for a minute, but I'm curious. Because I'm looking for some new series to mix things up a bit. We talked a little bit about The Expanse, which obviously I am watching. I'm really into Attack on Titan, but, you know, that's, for some, not for all. Alright, it starts with red in the middle for the striping. Thank you so much for that shout-out, Riot Sister. Go watch Chaotic Harmony get banned from games. Highlander the series. I don't think I ever, like, I watched Highlander the series in the sense that I was watching television in the 90s when it was on, in the same sense that everybody watched Star Trek The Next Generation, but not really that many people, like, watched Star Trek The Next Generation, you know what I mean? TV was different back then. Mob Psycho 100. I've literally never heard of that. What is that? I'm referencing a model I've already painted because the red striping on his abdomen is not the clearest. Some of the sculpting on these corset models is not necessarily the best. Very shallow detailing in some cases. Blood of Zeus on Netflix is Clash of the Titans, but animated by the guys. Yeah, I thought about watching that one. A recommendation on that one might push me over into it. I have no problem with anime. I enjoy well-written... I think I was making this point on the stream the other day, that anime is one of those where it's like, people watch like one of them, if they're not familiar with it, and they'll usually pick a bad one that's popular for whatever reason, and they'll go, well, anime is weird and dumb. when the truth of it is that anime is just a medium, and there are as many good writers and bad writers for anime as there are for just regular live-action television. And so some of it is shit, and some of it is really quite good. Like, these details on his abdomen are not sculpted in at all. I'm just kind of having to make them up. It's a little frustrating. Oh, wait, I see. I see a line that I missed before. I'll have to fix that. That's okay. I'll have to narrow that red line to bring it more in line with everything else. More in line. Hoo hoo hoo. But, you know, like any medium, there are animes that are really, really cliche and just full of tropes, and animes that are cleverly written. I'm gonna try hard stomp every match. Yeah, do it. Honestly, just fucking go for it. Why the hell not? Apparently they're gonna ping you either way. It'll be interesting to see how they react. I'm gonna have to check out Blood of Zeus. That's like the third recommendation I've had of that one. Adam Jensen's VA. Elias Tufexis. I've heard that name pronounced multiple ways, and I'm still not entirely sure which one it is. I've heard it with the supreme Frenchiness smeared all over it, the Elia Tufe. And then I've heard people say his name is Elias Tufexis, and I don't really know. What does he go with? I assume he said his name in public someplace. Ponburn, thank you so much for being here tonight, man. You have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for that sub. Dude, thank you for the last 12 months of subs, and thank you for all the support you've given the stream, Ponburn. You have a fan-fucking-tastic night, dude. It's not Elias. Yeah, it's Elias, isn't it? I didn't say Eli. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? That guy has a great voice, though. Like, there's no denying that. I mean, I guess you could deny it, but you'd be a liar. He's also had more voice acting work than you can shake a stick at in the last 10 years. If it's a video game and it has voice acting, he's basically been in it.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Yes, Twitch, I would like to report that Chaotic Harmony is trolling me in my own stream with voice clips and creating a hostile streaming environment. Can we get him censured as soon as possible, please? I would like an email sent out. I'm gonna jump all over that bandwagon. Yeah, I'm gonna have to correct that stripe on his belly there, but that's okay. Alright, let me do the red on Captain Marvel here. Yes, he was. Roland in the first... Yes, Elias Tufexis is in the first season of The Expanse. And I believe he does the motion capture in a lot of Season 2 of The Expanse for a particular CGI creature that moves around. So he's in 2 seasons of it, but his voice is only in 1. He does a lot of motion capture work, that guy. I need a little bit more red. Right? That Chaotic guy. Pfft. Who even watches that stream? I believe so, like, I'm not 100% on that, but here's the thing. He is credited in every single episode that the Caliban hybrid is in. He's credited in every single episode, and the only thing I can figure out is that he does the mocap for it. Because why else would he be credited repeatedly in episodes that happen well after his character has died? You know, that's true. If you don't want to follow Chaotic Harmony because he's a a hostile play experience, missiles go whoosh, smart fella. You could follow him because he is a pretty cool mini painter. So how long is it going to take after you get banned from PGI for you to do mini painting on stream full time? Because if that's in the cards, Chaotic, I'm going to report you to PGI myself so that you have no choice but to paint minis. It's more rewarding anyway than just playing MechWarrior Online in general. Plus, then you can gatekeep all those scrubs. You can be like, you don't even play Battletech, bro. You don't even play Battletech, bro. Real Battletech happens on the tabletop. He is the hybrid. Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't 100% on that. I hadn't checked it out, but I strongly suspected it based on my observation of the credit sequences and his body of work in general. Because I know he did mocap in, the Deus Ex games that he was in as Adam Jensen. Have I watched The Witcher? So the one season that exists? Yes, I have, Shazza. I'm a pretty big fan of The Witcher. I haven't read all the books. I've read The Last Wish, and I read, Blood of Elves? I'm a big fan of the games. I played The Witcher 1 back when it first came out, when it got a lot of shit for being kind of janky, which, to be fair, was a fairly janky game. But I enjoyed it. I like the story. And then The Witcher 2 pretty much blew my mind, and then The Witcher 3 is just like perfection. And then, of course, when Henry Cavill signs on to be Geralt, I'm like, okay, fine, Henry, you win. You win at everything, dude. I like the show pretty well. I'm looking forward to Season 2. Interested to see what they change, if they change it. It definitely had some issues. Thunderdome Drew, the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, Thunderdome Drew? Good to see you. We were just talking about you earlier. Somebody was asking about, and I apologize, I forgot who it was. They may still be in chat. Somebody was saying that they just got started painting, and they were thinking about taking some professional lessons, and I recommended you because I know that you do that over, like, Zoom or Skype or whatnot, do you not? I apologize if you are still in chat. I forgot who it was that said that, but you are new to chat, and it usually takes me a little while to remember people's names. So I hope that doesn't turn you off. Your ears were, in fact, burning. Yeah, I'm hoping... Here's the thing. The Witcher Season 1 is a bit rough. Altered Man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was, in fact, Altered Man. He may not be here anymore. The Witcher Season 1 was a little bit rough. It did not, in my opinion, even though I knew that it was happening, it did not communicate well the time difference between some scenes. And I know that they were probably trying to keep it kind of close to their vest so that you figured it out as you were watching. And normally I'm in favor of a show treating the audience like they have a modicum of intelligence and letting them figure out mysteries on their own. But it was not, in my opinion, well communicated until very near the end when you're like, wait a second! All these things are happening at disconnected time periods and then coming together because these characters are like at different ages each time. But what's not communicated well is that some of these characters, like Yennefer, her story takes place over like almost 100 years, over like 70 years, and in that 70 years, her physical appearance changes not at all. And that's part of the story, is because she's a witch. But again, if I didn't know that going into it, I would have been very confused. And then at the end of the series, it all comes together, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is some quality TV. But I can see how people were thrown by it. Oh, what an irritating spot to reach between the two legs here. Well, if you can't see it, it's not going to be a big deal if I don't paint it perfectly, right? That's the theory. Hey, Seal 6 Operator, how you doing today, man? Yeah, it's like they tried to do something clever, and I understand what they were going for, but they didn't nail it. They didn't nail it, and that worked against them in a lot of ways. And they need to Well, the good news is that moving forward with the story, there's no need for the time differentials. They've moved past, essentially, the Last Wish, which was the book, the anthology series, where all the stories were removed by big time gaps. Not all of them, but several of them. Cavill also paints minis, plays Warhammer, and has a 3900. He's too... Yeah, like, Cavill's ruining being cool for the rest of us. He's, you know, ruining manhood, effectively, because none of us are ever going to be able to keep up with that. He does all of these things. He's super cool. He's super friendly. He's, like, one of the best-looking dudes in Hollywood. It's a problem. His face is just better than everyone else's face. And then he's built like a brick shithouse. And he's a charming actor. Like, at a certain point, it's too much, man. You gotta leave some for the rest of us. I realize that life is not a zero-sum game, but if it were, he would be taking all the good things. Leaving us with nothing to excel in, and it's depressing. Because eventually people are gonna be like, yeah, I mean, you're cool, but are you Henry Cavill? No. I'm not even fucking close. I am nothing. I'm not fit to clean Henry Cavill's shoes. I might be fit to paint Henry Cavill's models. Maybe that's something I've got on him. Maybe I'm a better painter than he is. I don't think it matters, but maybe I am. Of course, give him a year and that's gonna not be true anymore. He'll hire Thunderdome Drew to give him private lessons. I'll be like, fuck. So much for that. It's good to hear you've got a good dose of confidence, Seal 6 Operator. Yeah, the Bushman STLs, by the way, should be going up on Thingiverse. In the next couple of days is what I'm aiming for. I need to do some final posing on it and get myself at least one more variant before I'm happy releasing the whole package. And the Wolverine should be following not far behind, the Blockhead. Odds are you're not. You know, Mikey Mike, we were talking about this earlier. This is the first thing I talked about on stream, was the sheer odds of being a better painter than anyone when there are this many people involved in the hobby, and the silliness of even thinking that way. So you probably have a point there. Odds are he's better looking than me. He has a better face. He has a better voice. He has a better body. He paints better. You know what? I quit. Not painting, just life. I botched it. I didn't become Henry Cavill, so what's the point, you know? That seems like a healthy outlook. I'm no Henry Cavill. I'm not even a Will Wheaton. I say that like it's a bad thing. Will's actually a really cool dude. I don't have any minions, Seal 6 Operator. It's one thing I definitely do not have. But you are more than welcome to the files when they're ready. I'll take, you know what I'll take? I'll take supporters. I can have supporters. That's fine by me. I wouldn't know what to do with a minion even if I had one. I'd be like, why are you my minion? What is it in your life that led you to this? There are probably better villains for you to be the minions of. Also, isn't minion a Yiddish term, technically? I realize that it has other use in, or is that spelled differently? Well, let's not get into that, Roland. I know that he is a big advocate for mental health awareness, and that alone I respect. Rakshasa is done! Fucking awesome, Gear Falcon. I've been liking them quite a bit to Square. They take a little bit of getting used to, but as far as laying down a nice vivid base, like these guys obviously are going to need a lot more work than this, but as far as putting down a nice vivid base coat that still reflects my Zenithal Prime, this is pretty good. I think if you thinned it out a little bit more, laid it down over a Zenithal and then dry brushed it, you'd wind up with something that I would call tabletop ready almost immediately. I'm going for a little bit higher than that, so I'm going to do more work on it, but I would be pretty satisfied with them if I was just like, you know, I had one day to paint some minis, bing, bang, boom, 3 colors, put them on the tabletop, I'd be fine with it. Do this, matte varnish them, dry brush them, put them on the table. You're pretty well good to go. We just got a follow from Damien Fire Eagle. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're within like 2 follows of 1,000 right now. I have to be close. Hang on. I should have set up a thing to let me know, but I didn't think it was going to happen yet. I'm showing 998 is what I'm showing. So yeah, we're 2 off. That by itself is crazy though. Just crazy. How you doing, Damien Fire Eagle? You having a good day, man? I hope you are. Screamin' Firehawk. It's just immediately what I think of. I really like these Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralights. They're good for a lot of different things. Something I might use them for here too is once I've finished my highlighting, I might thin them out quite a lot and then bring them in as a final glaze just to bring the colors together. You know, Hardy, what's up, man? By the power of Grayskull, we need 2 more follows. Minion is derived from the Middle French mignon, meaning favorite or darling. Ooh, interesting. In the 1500s, it was used to refer to ones who were dependent on you. Well, thank you for the history lesson, Datron Voltar. That actually is fairly interesting. I did not know that. And now I'm relating it to filet mignon. Or filet mignon, as I'm going to call it from now on. Real Akinis. Wait, how do I say that? Real Akins? Real Akinis? Help me out with that one, man, because I'm not... I'm losing that one a little bit. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Happy 999th follower. Right there. One more follow. One more follow and we'll be at 1,000 followers. And then with my luck, what I'm gonna we'll get to 1,000, and somebody's gonna be like, that fucking Thunderhead. I'm gonna unfollow him just to put him back at 999. Holy shit, Schwartzwalker, the Black Walker. What's up, man? Thank you so much for that 1,000th follow, you absolute madman. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. The thing I didn't tell you is that the 1,000th follower becomes king of the Storm Chasers, and that's now Schwartzwalker. So, you know, it's his stream now, guys. I'm sorry. Schwartzwalker, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Holy shit, guys, we're at 1,000 follows. Like, it's not like, again, I make this point a lot, it's not the most meaningful metric, but it feels nice. It feels nice. I'm gonna have a drink of water to celebrate. I wish I had something harder to drink, but I haven't gotten myself anything today. Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
Ass Crackling Thunderspunk! Yeah!
It's our first audio clip of 1,000. Bang, bang, boom. Does that make you queen? I mean, that was always the case, though, Rad Sister. I think that much has been clear. Though you might have to fight just Dices for it. Actually, no, I can't even pretend that's true. Dices, you're great. Dices, you're amazing, but Cat's queen. And I don't even have any power over that. That's just established by stream bylaws at this point. How you doing, Dices? Can we get a shout out for just Dices, a fantastic paint streamer who you should definitely go and give a follow. You unfollowed and refollowed to usurp the crown. Damn it, Sumitha! You gamed the system. I abdicate the throne. Y'all are silly. Just silly, I tell ya. Yeah, shit, 1,000. There's the number. Damn. That's exciting. That's a good time, guys. We got 1,000 followers. I bow before the queen. Oof. Oh, okay, guys. Look. Dices, Cat. This better not awaken anything in me, is all I'm saying. We're veering into dangerous territory, that's all I'm saying. Guys, thank you so much, honestly, for getting me to 1,000 follows. It's all matched up interestingly, because we were at 998 paint stream. 998, yeah, my ass. We're at 98 paint streams, as you can see, right what direction? That direction. Over there. In the corner. 2 more streams, we will be at 100 art streams, which is pretty cool. And, I mean, as of the 20th, we will be at the 1-year streamiversary, so it kind of all matches up perfectly. 1,000 follows, 1 year of streaming, 100 art streams. I could not have planned it better myself. And to be fair, I didn't really. Like, I've been planning it, I've been delaying a few things a little bit so that it would match up here towards the end, but I only realized it was all going to match up like a couple of months ago. That's just perfect. Just perfect. What are you up to today, Dices? You were streaming earlier, weren't you? I was not able to jump in. I think I just saw you online. How are you, by the way, Schwartz Walker? Thank you for being the one to push us over the edge. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Are you a mini painter yourself? Out of curiosity? Holy moly, we got ooh, Spaceman X ooh. Oh, I don't think you're supposed to say the ooh. I think that's just kind of there. But that's 1,001! 1,000, we're gonna count every follow to 2,000 now, guys. That's what we're gonna do. That's 1,001. No, we're not gonna do that. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Oh, never mind. I was in your stream. I watched you paint the Chibi Beholder. God, I've had a weird day. Had a weird day. Thank you so much for that follow, Spaceman. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We just hit 1,000 follows. That's pretty cool, I thought. The only reason I'm not doing like a thing like, oh my god, we hit 1,000 follows, let's give something away. The only reason is that, again, we are hitting the streamiversary on the 20th, and we're hitting 100 painting streams also on the 20th, and we're going to have some celebration and some giveaway on that day. Also, I strongly suspect that many of us will need a distraction on the 20th, so yeah, we're just going to roll with that. I'm pretty sure I will. Any chance we're going to get to see the Chibi Beholder in the upcoming Storm Report, Dices? Very curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Should be using a finer brush for this, but I started with this brush, and damn it, I want to finish with it. Even though it's coming apart as I do this. Will not be undone by a mere brush. Hey, 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 Ryan Ironwolf, how you doing today, man? You know, Dices, I strongly suspected that that was the case already. So it's not that much of a blow to my ego, or at least it's one that I have had time to prepare for. You know? I assumed that most people were coming here just to simp for the 3D printer. And you confirming that, it doesn't hurt so much. It might have hurt if I hadn't already spent time getting ready for it, but instead, all I have to say is, that makes sense. It does make sense. Well, thank you very much, Ryan Ironwolf. This is the second set of Marvel Crisis Protocol core set figures that I have worked on. And once I get through this set, I'm going to be able to actually launch into some of the other characters. I've got Ant-Man and the Wasp, I've got Green Goblin, I've got Venom, I've got Thor and Valkyrie. And I'm looking forward to getting to that point, since I've already done these ones one time. Now, I don't usually do character figures more than once. I tend to paint just one, and then I'm like, whoop, I'm done, I'm never painting that character again. This is one of the few times I've painted 2 sets of them, so. Because I don't do commission painting for the most part. Yeah, I'm going to be picking up the X-Men. I really, really like that classic Cyclops sculpt. I'm looking forward to doing I'm looking forward to doing Cyclops more than I'm looking forward to doing Wolverine, but Wolverine will be fun too. That and Magneto. His sculpt is so cool. So cool. What's up, Lord? How you doing today? Good to see you, man. I'm just going to go over and do some touch-ups. Now, one thing about this, these Dr. P.H. Martins, is that they have a very, very low surface tension. Which means that if you are not well primed, they have a tendency to slide around on the surface of the figure. And even when you are well primed, sometimes it won't stick to a particular spot. You'll think you've got good coverage, and then it'll just kind of slide away, and it'll leave these little unpainted spots. Like I said, it's very glossy, it's very low surface tension. So you kind of have to come back in and do some touch-ups, but I think it's worth it in the end. Like, see funny, odd spots, like, let me see if you can see it here. But right here, there's a little white spot where it just kind of slid away from a detail here. Let's touch that up. If you let it sit for a minute, it's really easy to see where it's done it, and then it's just a matter of doing some spot touch-ups. But you do want to make sure you do the spot touch-ups and don't just miss the spots entirely. Otherwise, they'll jump out at you later, and you'll feel silly. Or maybe you won't. Who am I to say? So to start off with Captain America's leather, I'm going to use some Vallejo Smoke, I think. And I'm going to do that on his belt, his shoulder straps, and then his gloves and his boots. I like Vallejo Smoke. It's such a good color. Good to see you, Carla Reynolds. Looking forward to painting some Trinity City. Hells yeah! Guys, I am so stoked that people like Trinity City as much as they do. I can say that we're going to have some more exciting things along the line of Trinity City, including expansions to it coming out in the near future through Steel Warrior Studios. I'll also go ahead and let you know, because we're doing it. It's officially happening. I hadn't really talked about it before because it was just sort of musing, but the paperwork is in order. Talon Games is going to be producing a 15 millimeter scale set of terrain in MDF. If you're familiar with that sort of terrain, the medium density fiberboard that's laser cut and you assemble, based on Trinity City. And when I say based on Trinity City, I mean it will be sporting the name Trinity City. They will be the same structures at a different scale with slightly different details, and they will have a whole line of terrain being produced based on everything that currently exists in 3D printer format, but at a larger scale. I'm pretty excited about that. We got that deal worked out just a little while ago. Yeah, rolling 15 millimeter. So what game is 15 millimeter? I think it's actually technically 12 millimeter, but it's close enough to 15. Cav Strike Ops. It is being done for their game, Cav Strike Ops, which is another mech game. Also, yes, Horizon Wars. Hamburg Tech in the house. How are you doing today? I think Just Dices ran away with my 3D printer, by the way, guys. We're never going to see her again. That's tragic, because I was simping Dices hard, but it turns out she was just here so she could get closer to my printer. It's true love. I'm going to come back in the morning. There's going to be like a note. A little chibi with blue hair and like a sorry. Dices! I think I just turned into Superintendent Chalmers there. I was saying that we need to get some more like inter-streamer drama going on. But I hadn't considered you might actually run away with my 3D printer. What's interesting is I feel more betrayed by Dices than by the printer. I don't know how that works. Heavy Gear wasn't always 50. Yeah, Heavy Gear would be in the right scale, also. Nothing can come between me and the print. I'm taking this printer outside right after the stream. I'm busting it up with a crowbar, and I'm going to record it. And post it, Dices. That is the depth of my rage. You can't stop me. But like, this is what you get. This is what you get. You think you can betray me? Oh, it's going to become so toxic so fast. Yeah, I don't think there are people in this chat, Dices, who have probably like never even heard of you, and I want you to know right now that not even they believe that. Not even they believe that. Everyone right now is involuntarily rolling their eyes. The person who just got into chat and hasn't even heard the conversation read that and was like, that seems sus. Yeah, I don't know about that. Is Team Yankee 15 millimeter? I've never played Team Yankee. But yes, Trinity City is coming to 15 millimeter in MDF format. More to be announced. What? What? Whoa, Dices. What are you even talking about? I am an absolute gentleman in your chat. People use me as an example of decorum and grace. You go, that Thunderhead, he knows how to behave. See, I was just joking about how everyone could tell that you were lying, and I had to go and say something stupid like that. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm gonna cut his gloves off right about there and have him be fingerless, I think. I think that's a good look for Cap. Yeah, no, that's nonsense. I'm not even gonna pretend like that's true. You want drama? Still say you start beef with Sasha. I'll beef something with Sasha Grey. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I have unfortunately seen too much about how that sausage gets made.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
A lot of the latter. Is that a link to the ones that you were looking over earlier? Dices? Some very interesting 3D prints in there. As I said, some 3D prints that bring me very close to giving away, to giving the game up, to blowing my cover as a normal member of human society. Yeah. Nice! What did I vote for? I think I voted for Velma and Daphne. I can't wait to see that. What? How? What? Yeah. Don't judge. Let's not shame over the anime body pillows. Or the booby mouse pads. Come on. There are dozens of us. Dozens. Hey, KW Gamers, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. And just because I'm going to keep saying it for at least the duration of this stream, you are the 1002nd follower. Congratulations. You don't win anything. I thought it's probably good of me to note that, since I sound so excited about you being the 1002nd follower. You don't win anything for that. But I'll tell you, we are going to be having a giveaway on the 20th, since that is going to be the 1-year streamiversary here at Thunderhead Studio. We will be giving away a few things. Some gift cards and such, maybe a little bit of merch for non-subscribers, and for our subscribers who care to enter the drawing, we will have both an Ender 3 3D printer, as well as a Borealis Battletech dropship. Printed on an Ender 3, interestingly enough. For giveaway on said 20th, and that should be a good time. Boozy Beard! Well, it sounds like you had a little bit of a spill there if your beard is boozy. Thank you so much for that follow. 1003rd follower! I mean, the least I can do is keep up that nonsense for the duration of the stream where we got to 1,000, right? That seems fair. Haha, human. I admit nothing, Sheza. I admit nothing. My only regret is having bonitis. For the Cyberpunk 2077 players, Atom Smasher Body Pillow. Yes, you squeeze it, and it says, "Are you fuckable meat?" And everyone in the room is simultaneously uncomfortable. I'm like, no, Adam. I suppose technically the answer is yes, but I don't want to say that to you. From a certain point of view, yes, I am, but I don't like the way you ask that. Alright, I am going to have to swap to a smaller brush now. I have been pushing this one as far as it is going to go, but then I got this brush like 3 years ago, and it served me really, really well, and it's only recently it started to die, and I wanted to give it its last hurrah. It's been a good brush. It's been a loyal companion. And I do get strangely attached to inanimate objects at times. Not body pillows, necessarily. Johnny Silverhand. Yeah, you squeeze that one and I'll fuck anything with a pulse. That's what it says. It's like, hey man, wanna bang? You're like, no, Keanu, I'm very uncomfortable. You squeeze it again and it just says, fuck you. And you're like, yeah, that sounds right. Squeeze it a third time and it tells you that it knows Kung Fu.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. They love the metallics. We got a shout out for Just Dices, didn't we? I missed it if we did, but if we haven't, we should get one. Seriously, you guys, if you enjoy a nice, chill painting stream and a really cool, really cool chat and awesome community, you need to go give Just Dices a follow. She's a lot of fun. Just picked up a tin of the Masters brush soap and conditioner to save the shape of my brushes. So I've seen those little tins of brush soap. I use a bottle of pink soap myself when I'm cleaning my brushes, but even so, this one, over 2 years of constant use, is just not holding up anymore. This also, I got this brush at a time when Winsor & Newton had like a weird run of brushes that a lot of people had problems with. Ooh, Pan Am body pillow. Whoosh. Pan Am, man, that is a sore subject for me. Let's switch out to my Zero that I like so well. I'm not, though. I'm not sweet. I'm not. That's just not a thing that I am. But I appreciate that. I'm just honest. Alright, I need to do a little bit of work with Coal Black here. One of my favorite standbys. Everyone got their shoutings out. I am glad to hear. Well, you know, that's the thing. Like, I'm always like, did such and such get a shout out? People are getting shout outs before, like, Cat's in my fucking head, and it's a little troubling at times. Cat's so on top of it, it's kind of crazy. I have been incredibly lucky in many ways over the course of the time that I have been here on Twitch.
Of Cole Gray.
Ooh.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Seriously though, folks, thin your paints. What was I saying? I forgot. Okay, so I have been incredibly lucky in the time that I've spent here on Twitch. I've made some excellent friends. I have been supported by some really fantastic members of the community, not only the Twitch streaming community, but just the painting community in general. We have formed our own community on Discord that has been incredibly supportive, very cool, and really impressively creative. But honestly, I think all of it kind of pales in how lucky I've been in my... Way to call yourself out, Roland. And how incredibly lucky I've been in my acquisition of a mod team. Between Cat Ion / Riot Sister, who... Cat and I have known each other since high school. We went to high school together. And then, after graduation, I joined the Army. And I just sort of disappeared for a long time. And Cat and I were not in touch for years and years and years. And then when we were a little bit via social media. We chatted about the occasional thing now and then. But you know how that goes. There are people who are like, you know them. You knew them a long time ago. Every now and then you touch base on Facebook or whatever. But you're not really, like, in each other's lives. And so we were like that for a long time. And I got started streaming on Twitch, and Cat started showing up. And, I mean, shit, our friendship has just fired right back up. It's like there was no break. And you know, those are some of the best friendships in life, are the ones where a long period of time goes by, and you get back in touch, and you just slip right back into it like there has been no break at all. Like the last time you saw each other, it's only been a day or so. You've got a lot more things to talk about, but you're just as comfortable going into all of them. And I'm incredibly thankful for that. to be able to fire up a new, not a new friendship, but a fresh phase of an old friendship. It's just incredibly cool. And Kat, on top of all of that, has been the coolest mod. Just here every time, even when she doesn't have to be. She's provided overlay elements for me. She's done art for me. She's done voice. I have been incredibly lucky. And I'm only talking about one of my mods. I'm talking about one mod right now. I have 3. And they're all pretty damned amazing in their own way. Project Dark Fox and Kursala both have been massive, massive aids to the stream and have become good friends. In my opinion, I think of you as good friends. Maybe you're like, yeah, Thunderhead, you watch your mouth. I don't like you that much. Maybe that's true, but I think of you as good friends. What's up, Roland? What you got for me? And see, that's on the list of mods. I haven't even gotten to the community that has sprung up around this stream, including Roland, including O'Coral, including Data Nerd, including Pondburn. I mean, holy crap, you guys. I know that there are streamers out there who would give their left nut in an instant to have as many cool regulars as I have, and I feel like I have just dumb lucked into you guys being a part of this community and sharing with me on a regular basis, and I consider myself to be just one of the luckiest assholes on Twitch. God damn it, Roland. I mean, you're right, it's like really relaxing, but that's not the point. Man, I've been out of the army for like 10 fucking years at this point. I no longer give a shit. Like, I relate to people insofar as like, hey, I was in the army too. I know how much working for the government can suck. But when it comes time to like compare challenge coins, I'm like, I'm out. I don't give a shit, man. I'm a civilian. I'm more of a civilian than I am a soldier. And fucking proud of it. She did a little bit. She forced herself in the stream a little bit, you know? But, you stopped resisting pretty quickly. Oh, Sheza, you don't, no, don't, oh my god. You know what, okay, I don't like to turn away thanks, because I feel like that's rude and kind of self-important a lot of the time, at least that's the feeling I get from it when I do it. So, Sheza, I'm gonna say, I never know how to respond to that. Can any other veterans sympathize with that point of view when people are like, thank you for your service? Some part of me just wants to be like, you're welcome for my service, which is just... It's the ultimate asshole response. Yes, Steiner's a soldier. We were in the army. He was in the army more recently than I was. Steiner, thank you for your service. Ooh, no, I like that. That works for me, Dices. Because the air quotes, the extra implication on top of that, the euphemism, if you will, that pleases me. Thank you for your service. So I can hear her saying it. And yeah, that's better. I'm down with that. Really, though, I repeat the sentiment that a lot of people do, which is, it was a job. It was really like, I feel like it was a job for a couple of years. Like, yeah, you know, whatever. Thank you for supporting the military. Yeah, I feel like that's fair, Achilles. I buy that. And then Steiner has to just, like, there's the line, you know, like fucking 50 feet behind us. And here's Steiner having just rocketed way past the line and right on to, I'll service you, Thunderhead. Oh, God. Dices, don't, no, come on. Don't say things like that. I am only a man. And sometimes my brain does things when people say things. It's in all of our best interest that we not indulge that. Alright, I've got some decent blocking done on this. Let's do a little bit on Captain Marvel. I am a man. A woe man. I am no man. Damn it, Gear Falcon. I think you're just doing that to troll me at this point. You got a purty mouth for a man. Fresh fish. Ugh, it's getting weird in here. Weirder than usual, I guess would probably be more accurate. Come on, Dices. I already just, like, simp like a fucking thirsty lunatic in your stream. Is that not enough? Is there no end? I'm putting down some Vallejo smoke because we're going to work this up into some yellows, but ooh, do I ever love smoke as a base for yellows. It just gives a nice, rich tone. Do I paint Warhammer minis? So, interestingly enough, I do, Boozy Beard. I kind of work in cycles as far as what it is that I'm painting, and god damn it, Iberben. Where the fuck did you even come from? What? Oh. And this is one of my personal friends, Iberben. You see how they treat me. Still haven't slept yet? Jesus, Gear Falcon. Has a face for radio. This coming from Uncle Touchy's Playhouse. Come on. Your mustache makes me very uncomfortable. By the way, have we gotten a shout out for Steiner Minis yet? Because if we haven't, we really, really should. I'll bet we have. I'll bet we have, and I just didn't see it because I'm a jerk. Excellent. Thank you so much. Have you seen my sexy face? And he's humble too, ladies and gentlemen. How are things, by the way, Steiner? It's good to see you, man. I was saying earlier, it's funny being a streamer and not winding up with as much time to spend in the streams of our friends as we want to. But I'm always happy to see you here, man. And Just Dices actually makes quite a lot of time for our stream, and I really appreciate that. Gonna step out for food. Oh, shit. When the cat's away, Steiner will play. And that's not like a good thing. That's awful. You don't really want to see what that's like. Cat, thank you so much for being here. Hope to see you again before the end of the stream.
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Maybe it is just my allergies. We hit 1,000 followers today, Steiner. I think we're at like 1,002 or something like that, assuming that I didn't lose a handful in the last few minutes, which I confess is entirely possible. We just hit it. I was surprised. Look at that. Look at that lurking llama. Ooh, and she used my my knife head lurk. Thank you so much, Dices. You lurk away. In my work on veterans, they like to post slideshow pics of on our monitors of veterans that work in the company, and all I see is a reminder of how young and skinny I was. Thanks, yeah, right? Those pictures are always like, oh yeah, that was when I was in shape at all. Oh god. But you know what we can do now? You know what we can do now, fellow veterans? You know what the real boon to becoming a civilian again is? We can put our hands in our pockets anytime we want. And that makes it all worth it. That's what it was really for. That's what it was all about. And I'm going to do a little bit of smoke on her hair because it's going to wind up blonde. And again, this is one of my favorite bases for that whole range of colors. I'm going to try to do a better job on her hair this time. The last Captain Marvel I did, her hair came out a little rough. Larabic coming in with that resub. Larabic, thank you so much for your support, man. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. For that, you get to where you go. Oh, thank you so much for the permission, Steiner. That's what I was waiting for, was Steiner to give me permission to wear the GIMP suit. Many of you don't know this, but that has been the running bet for months now. You know what? Let's do something here. Let's have the first time we do the chain dong at 1,000 followers, right? That's significant, isn't it? Here we go. Right there. It's a time for firsts. But I mean, really, as far as like, we've joked. Steiner and I have joked about the 1,000 followers thing for the last couple months. But something I would like to point out, as far as Twitch metrics go, as far as, you know, Twitch streamers kind of jerking themselves off in public, which, let's face it, that's a lot of what we do. The act of streaming on Twitch is fundamentally an act of ego. Therefore, we inflate our own egos quite a bit. But let me go ahead and note something that's pretty damned cool. Steiner started streaming a little while after I did, and for a good long time. Now, I also acknowledge too, and I've said this a few times, followers is not that meaningful of a metric. It's just sort of, it's a fun metric. It's one that a lot of streamers, we know not to focus on it as far as the success of a stream, but it feels nice. I would note that Steiner was several hundred behind my own follows for a long while. And dude, in the last 3 months, you have closed that gap. You closed that gap so fast, like, whew, holy shit. He went from being like 250 behind me, and I hate even using the phrase behind because I feel like that's pejorative, like that's something you should pay attention to. It really isn't. But he closed it to like, you're within like, what, 20 of me right now, dude. You're gonna hit 1,000 follows like within the month, which is fucking awesome, and congratulations, dude. You have a badass stream. Ooh, you're gonna do a test stream tonight, Gear Falcon. That's exciting as hell, man. Yeah. Guys, streaming is a lot of fun. And let me tell you, if you think you might like to stream, if it's even occurred to you once, like, I've got a camera, it could be fun, it looks like it might be a good time, try it. Just try it. There's no downside to trying it out. The worst case scenario is you find out you don't like it, and then that curiosity will be sated. But I'm telling you, if you think you might like it, if you have the materials to do it, if you have a camera, just fire it up and hit go. And I say this because I know that I thought in the beginning, and I know I've encountered a number of people in the last year who thought, well, but I've got these things to line up first. Well, but, you know, I need this. I need a better camera. I need a better microphone. No, my stuff isn't good enough. If you have a camera, if you have a microphone, just give it a shot. It doesn't have to be perfect, and never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And definitely don't invest in a bunch of equipment if you haven't done it yet and you don't know if you're going to enjoy it or not. Because I know people who really, really thought they were going to enjoy it and started it, and like within a month were like, no, 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 not for me. And, you know, if that's the case too, also be ready to accept that. There's nothing wrong with it. Some people just don't like being on camera. You might like making YouTube videos more. Give that a shot. But I'm telling you, if you're curious, give it a try. Alright, what do I need to do on Spider-Man here? I might leave him until I've had a chance to do an oil wash. Let's focus on Cap and Marvel here. America and Marvel, the captains, as 'twere. Mix up a flesh-based tone so I can work around that. Can use some rust. And some barbarian flesh. Not a lot of rust brown, just a little bit. But yeah, Gear Falcon, give it a shot, man. In all seriousness, thanks. We used each other to grow. We thought, yeah, dude. Steiner and I have, like, honestly, Steiner, it's been fucking great having someone else that I'm friends with, like you, that started streaming at around the same time, that's doing a lot of the same stuff. Somebody asked me a few minutes ago if I paint 40k minis, and I feel like I didn't even fucking answer their question. And to the person who asked that, I'm sorry. I got babbling about some nonsense. I do paint Warhammer. Now, an interesting thing is I haven't, in the last year, painted basically any Warhammer minis. And that's not because I'm like I have my complaints about Citadel and Games Workshop as a company, but that is not the reason that I haven't painted any 40k or Warhammer Fantasy. I just haven't really been in the mode to do it. But I will say that I've got some Warhammer minis that I need to paint. I've got some Chaos Guardsmen and a very particular Primarch that I need to slap some paint down on. So if you're sticking around, you're gonna see some Warhammer on here. But yeah, I've got a bunch of Death Guard. It is because I'm a goddamn wanker. Yes, Hethru, that is precisely why. Yeah, thank you so much for interjecting that. That's just the truth. Games Workshop bad, derby. I've got opinions. I'm 14 and this is deep. Yeah, Steiner knows. He knows what's up. But yes, seriously, Steiner, it has been phenomenal to have a painter who is similar enough to me in disposition, in sense of humor, in approach to painting techniques, in skill level while still being stylistically different, starting streaming around the same time with a similar schedule. Because there in the beginning, it was always nice to have you around. I didn't have like that many connections on Twitch, and so picking who to raid was almost just like picking a name out of a damn hat. But it was always nice to have somebody who just was painting, was doing things I knew that my audience would care about, and was providing what I knew was going to be quality content for me to dump raids into time after time after time. That was huge, and I really appreciate that, man. And it's always been nice to have, like, you know, somebody to talk to as we've both worked through these same, like, foibles, trials, and tribulations. And I realize that on the model he doesn't have fingerless gloves, but I'm making him have fingerless gloves, and you can just deal with that. I grew up in the 90s, and I think that fingerless gloves are cool, so... you can just deal with it. For like 5 months, I just fumbled around. This is what I tell people too. Like, don't expect your first stream to be perfect. In fact, expect the opposite. Expect your first stream to be a bit of a nightmare where everything goes wrong, and you won't be disappointed. And then know that most people's first streams are that way. Are there people out there, prodigies, who start streaming and get it all right from the very start? Like, I'm sure there are. But you should never bet on being a prodigy in anything. You should never base what you consider success on, am I the best in the damn world right off the bat? Because that's not a realistic expectation. Take it as it comes. Cap shops at the hottest of topics. Yes. Steve Rogers is a big Hot Topic fan. He also shops at Spencer's Gifts. So enjoy your dick-shaped gummies. Captain America goes to the mall. Remember going to the mall? It was such a big thing for such a long time, and it's just not anymore. Like, it can still be done. There are malls you can go to, but not that many. It definitely doesn't have the pop culture around it that it used to. I say that like it's a revelation, but that literally was like a big joke on How I Met Your Mother. Like, how long ago was that? That had to have been at least 5 years. That whole Robin Sparkles bullshit. Let's go to the mall. And like, it was ironic and funny even then, and that was a while ago. Fuck, I'm getting old. This is terrible. Fingerless gloves aren't, but that's okay. Look, Captain America had fingerless gloves in the movies, okay? Wait, okay, somebody help me out. Am I misremembering that? Did I, like, mentally put fingerless gloves onto Captain America, or... He had them, right? I swear to God, Cap had fingerless gloves. We did establish, yes, that's right. We established that I'm Steve, and Steiner's my Bucky. I'm fine with this relationship. I think he's fine with it too. As he stated, that's fine because that means when I die, he becomes Captain America. Yeah, that works. I'm good with that, honestly. I don't really have any issue with it. I mean, you know, you gotta wait in line because I'm pretty sure Falcon gets to be Captain America for a little while in there too. With you to the end of the line, Steiner. Ugh, this is gonna get insufferable by the end. We're just gonna have streams as nothing but us being like, Steiner, you're the best, man. And he'll be like, Thunderhead, bro, it means so much. And then he'll start crying, and I'll start crying, and we'll just lose follows by the dozens. And I say that, but on Steiner's tearful birthday, he got like 150 follows. Maybe you should start packing an onion for your streams. Jesus Christ, Boozy Beard. What the hell? But he did have fingerless gloves. I'm not misremembering that. This is America's... Well, that's not America's ass. I mean, it's a nicer ass. But this is America's ass. It needs some more highlighting. He had fingerless gloves in Infinity War. I knew it was one of them, Data Nerd. Thank you so much for that. These are America's asses. How about that? Howdy, howdy. What's up, man, Rofasol? We've been having a silly fucking day around here, dude. Yeah, you kind of... Well, I mean, to be fair, we just have weird conversations, and you just sort of join at any given time. Like, the odds are we're going to be having a weird conversation. We're an edgy lot, you know? We hit 1,000 followers today. Just a few minutes ago, and by a few minutes ago, I probably mean like half an hour to an hour, because my sense of time is basically garbage. I missed a spot right there. Make sure I got her ears, touch up her hair, and then I can start highlighting for real. Ooh, this brush is having some trouble too today. Of course, I ordered some fresh brushes, but the USPS has seen fit to make sure they don't get to me for months on end. I shouldn't be critical of them. I know that they're going through a lot of trouble right now, but it still is annoying not getting the things that you ordered, regardless. Yeah, like, Steiner, you know how it was. Like, I don't have to explain it to you at all. This is just kind of how it goes. Yeah, we've been showering with dudes for years. You get over that crap real fucking fast. And then we just become the most immature idiots on the block. I have been to many military parties, and at each and every one of them, a man has wound up wearing women's clothing and just thinking it is the funniest thing that ever happened. 8 times out of 10, it's been a Marine. I'm not judging. I'm not necessarily saying that that even indicates anything. I'm just saying it is. And it's an interesting correlation, if not necessarily a meaningful one. And hey, some people like to cross-dress. That's cool. Some people like to wear all kinds of stuff. The boundaries are being broken down every day. But my point is that these men are not normally that way. It's how they get when they drink. And 8 times out of 10, it's a Marine. Again, I don't know what that indicates. Might indicate nothing. I just know that it's true. Tried out your first streaming a week ago. Let's say it was rough. Did you, man? I missed it. Did you announce it? Some people transition into another conversation. Hey, look at my wrist. Let's change the subject. Alright, touch up here. I am going to do some work on the white lining on his abdomen because it's one of the lowest points, and I want to get that done before I move out to the blue so that I don't mess it up. Touch up his glove here, too. Crayons were likely involved. I mean, it was... They're Marines. We gave them to them so they could draw on the placemats. They wound up eating them. I kept it quiet so you could work out bugs. I see how it is. You don't want us to be able to partake in the great trolling. Okay. I was just saying this earlier, as far as people who are curious about streaming but not sure if they want to try it. Like, give it a shot and just expect to be working out bugs for the first few. God, so my first stream is not available on my YouTube channel, which I desperately need to expand into something more than just an archive for VODs. It's not available there. It's not available in my VODs. I do have it recorded, and it is awful. It is the worst. Oh my god, my first stream was a travesty. Some of you might have actually been there. Some of you were. It was rough. I think I had a camera, I had a little camera arm right here. In fact, that camera that's on my 3D printer up there, that exact camera on that exact camera stand was what I was using. And it came up about this far and it aimed right here, and I was trying to paint with my arm looped around it and then looking around it from the side. It was bad. Trying to redefine the stripes that I did on his abdomen here because I realized that I put that central red one just kind of off where it should be. They're not well defined on the figure. So you wind up kind of having to make it up a little bit. Yeah, you touch that glove. Do we get access for the 1 year stream? Actually, that's not a bad idea, Data Nerd. Maybe we could show a bit of the first stream and the horror story that it was. Yeah, Vergatarung was there. Vergatarung's been here the whole damn time. Verg. Honestly, Vergatarung, dude, thank you so much for your support this whole last year. It has been awesome having you here this whole time. Define this star a bit more since we got some blue on it. Damn it! I've got to do something about Everben. I don't know what exactly, but something needs to be done. The clip system exists so that you can clip when I say compelling, intelligent, erudite, and insightful things. Boozy Beard inspired, off to paint. That is the best news I could possibly get, Boozy Beard. You have a fucking fantastic time painting. I'll tell you what, Boozy Beard, if you get something done, I would love, love, love to see what you work on. Please post it in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, man. If you want to. If you feel like sharing, which I hope you do. I know I've said it before, and I always feel funny repeating myself, even though that's like most of what I do as a streamer. But hearing from people that watching me paint has inspired them to either continue painting, to pick up painting, to start up again after a long hiatus, to jump into something that they haven't done before but have wanted to. That is the greatest compliment that I can receive as a streamer. Don't get me wrong. I love the outpouring of community support. I love my lurkers. I love my subs. I love my followers. But more than anything, I love when I hear that what I'm doing here has inspired you to art something. Spankings? Are we at Castle Anthrax? It's not a very good name. I'm just trying to sort of define the star in gray here before I highlight it. Maybe even clean up my blue a little bit. It's important that the star have some fairly defined edges, and I may go ahead and blackline around them, I'm not sure. You can see, like, right here, it's sloppy, it needs more blue. Albanese gummy bears are circus peanuts. Albanese gummy bears because circus peanuts are a fucking war crime. See? Soda Addict knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I believe you are follower 1003? I think that's right, unless I missed one. Yeah, I'm not at all a fan of circus peanuts. Hethrir, you have a fantastic night, and I'm not even going to read that second part of the comment. They're good once they're stale. What is it with the Albanese gummy bears? I don't understand it. Iberben has tried to turn me on to the Albanese gummy bears. I believe earlier in the stream he mentioned Albanese gummy penises, which was an interesting moment. But he sent me some, and I gave him a shot. I'm not a fan. Maybe it's just sort of a what you grew up with thing. Because to me, the gummy bear is defined by Haribo. But he sent me a big bag of Albanese gummy bears, and I ate them. I ate them. But it did not change my mind. No, he did not. Damn it, Carla, no. Must be properly aged, stale, and marinated in the tears of children traumatized by clowns. Only then do they acquire the flavor. Jesus, Datron is apparently Pennywise. They're better when they're basted in fear. I had a bunch of family stuff tonight, but better late than never. Ion Raptor Designs, it is always a pleasure to have you here in chat. Kursala, thank you so much for tossing out that shout-out. If you're not following Ion Raptor Designs already and you have any interest in Battletech or 3D design, that is a stream that you should be following. Or even just 3D printing in general, really. Doesn't look like I'm doing much here, but all I'm really doing is establishing a base coat of blue-gray over the areas that are going to be white. Because you don't want to leave bare primer anywhere, and I'm going to build up my white highlights on top of this. Sticking mostly to blues. Cap has a lot of warm colors on him already with all the reds, so I'm not really worried about leaning into any warm off-whites or anything like that. Haribo Gummy Colas. Ooh, Soda Addict. I recently had, I don't know if they're Haribo. I can't remember the candy company I got them from, but sour gummy Coke bottles. I say recently, I had them like a year and a half ago, and I've been obsessed with them ever since. Sour gummy Coke bottles are amazing. I didn't expect to like them. Like, you say it out loud, and you think, that sounds gross. They were really good if you like sour candies. Like, holy crap. Doodly doo 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 doo. I'm gonna try a little bit of red and see how the highlight's gonna go over this Spectralite red that we put down. I have grounded myself from the Sour Patch watermelon slice. Yeah, dude, Thunderdome Drew, I have that same problem. With some sour candies, like, I can't control myself. I just, just cram them down. Yeah, Soda Addict, seriously, look them up. It's not the fizzy colas, no. They are, I found them on Amazon. I don't think it's Haribo that makes them. But they are sour gummy Coke bottles. I'm trying to remember the company that I ordered them from. They're really, really good, though, and surprisingly sour. I love sour candies, though. I'll order those, like Crybabies. The sour gumballs. Crybaby guts, where they fill the normal gumball with the sour stuff. Like, oh, that shit. I get out of control with that. I strip the outer layer of skin off my tongue before I'm done. God, I need to water this down a little bit more and apply some over the shield so that I can shade the shield properly. I'm going to have some fun trying to do a little bit more of an intense non-metallic metal effect with this shield this time around. I did a little bit of it with the last Captain America, but not much. And if you're curious about how I did these paint jobs previously, if you check my Instagram, you should find photos of the last set of Marvel Crisis Protocols minis that I was working on. You can see kind of the base of where I'm starting with. The first of this set is Crossbones. New set, new year. Got a big thing of fruit slices. Ooh, gummy fruit slices. Those are always good. I used to get those at the mall. There was a candy shop in the mall I'd always go to, and I'd always get the gummy fruit slices. It is Iberben's personal mission to get me to turn off clips on my channel. Shock Tarts are good. Yeah, I like Shock Tarts. Shock Tarts are, I feel like Shock Tarts are on the high end of the weaker level of sour candies. You go from Shock Tarts into, like, Warheads territory. And that Warheads more... They're more almost painful sour is really kind of where I live. Malic acid is the high-grade stuff. Okay. See, I knew that there was a chemical reason for this. It's the stuff that I probably shouldn't eat so much of, and yet I do. Because damn the consequences, am I right? Who wants teeth when they're old? By the time I'm old, they'll probably have, like, robot teeth I can put in. I'll be able to get, like, Angry Birds brand teeth at my local cybernetics Ripper Doc. Right? Sounds reasonable to me. Out at the Warhead level. Okay. So this is good. We're establishing where everybody falls on the sour candy spectrum. I like to hurt myself. There might be a little bit of masochism involved in the overall process. I'm not going to say that there isn't. Sour Skittles are good too, but, to be fair, I like just regular Skittles. Like, I love sour Skittles, but regular Skittles, I will absolutely down a bag of those too. I also like Nerds. Again, very much on the mild scale of sour candies, but excellent. And of course, Sour Patch Kids. You can never go wrong with Sour Patch Kids. The Sour Coke bottles are like they're the same style of sour as Sour Patch Kids, but they're a little bit more intense. I think that's what I like about them. Because as much as I enjoy Warheads, they can get a bit much. They can be a little cloying. You know, too much of a good thing and all that. And we've already established I have no self-control. So my ideal candy is one that I can abuse without actually hurting myself or actually stripping the enamel off my teeth. Try the Sweet Tarts Mini Chews. Interesting. Typically don't go for sour candies, but Warheads are good. They really are. You can already get your entire set of teeth replaced with implants, just costs a ton. Well, I guess I know what our next donation goal here on the stream is going to be. Buy Thunderhead a new set of Robo-Teeth. Hell yeah. Let's get it done, guys. I'll let you guys pick colors, so you can give me like rainbow teeth. You know? Jesus, how are we generating so many clips today? Am I really? Like, come on. Little One discovered nerds recently. They're amazing. They really are. Do I vape? I live in Colorado, so I vape one single solitary substance. And other than that, no. I will leave that up to your imagination. Getting these wings on his head blocked out. This is the goofiest part of Captain America's costume, are the little, like, Hermes-style wings on the sides of his head. Or go to Mexico for implant. You know, in general, it seems like legitimately going to Mexico for most medical procedures is just, like, preferable for Americans these days. I think you're hard-pressed to find anyone who would argue that our medical system, particularly for cosmetic surgeries, is not crazy. Well, not particularly for cosmetic surgeries. More accurately, particularly for necessary surgeries. It makes more sense for cosmetic and optional surgeries to be higher priced and difficult to achieve, because they are cosmetic and they are optional. But as far as necessary surgeries go, yeah, our medical care network is nonsense. And it's not like it's like you can get good surgeries in Mexico. The traditional attitude towards it has been like, oh yeah, some shop doctor. And yeah, can you find shitty doctors in Mexico? Absolutely. But you can find just good, accredited, high quality cosmetic surgery down there for like, and dentistry for like an eighth of the price. It's crazy. And I don't want to veer too political with this conversation. I never want to veer too political with any conversation. And, you know the reason for that? Like, I remind people of this a lot in chat, and I never get particularly aggressive with it. And my reason for avoiding political conversations in chat, aside from being obvious that, you know, like, oh, it causes fights, the real reason, honestly, guys, is that anytime somebody engages in a political conversation, we're always hoping for the same thing. Aren't we? You're always hoping for the same thing. You're hoping for someone to be like, yeah, man, me too. You're hoping to find out that somebody you've connected with on some other level you also connect with politically. The problem is it never works. You're going to find out that somebody you otherwise like disagrees with you strongly in something, and it's going to change your perception of them. And I don't want that to happen. We got a good thing going. We really do. Dr. Artis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I agree, though, with Manro Fasal. Insurance are... It's a big part of the problem. Insurance is one of the silliest parts of our medical care system, because you will have people who argue vehemently against socialized medical care, but then have no problem with the way insurance works, which insurance companies are just like a shitty version of socialized healthcare. Like, we have it anyway, it's just garbage and they take all of our money and punish us. It's a complex, like saying, oh, it's insurance is oversimplifying to a huge degree. It is a complex issue, and that's part of why it's so difficult to work out. Turns out when you massively overdye resin, you can save it, but hot damn is it intense. Yeah, how did that work out for you, Thunderdome Drew? I saw those two that you posted. That seemed pretty wild. Good colors, though. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Artis. Are you a painter yourself, out of curiosity? Last dentist I had to abandon after they left a really bad overhang on a filling that was sharp enough to cut floss. Yow. That's not good. At a not-for-profit clinic, and my dentist is awesome. I agree, Justicar. That's the thing, too, like, whether people think that, and again, I'm veering very far away from my own opinions on this because I do not feel that they are appropriate to get into, but whether someone is in favor of socialized healthcare or not, which is obviously the big hot-button topic in the United States, you're very rarely going to find someone who's like, man, insurance companies are awesome and they treat everybody fairly. Because nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that because that's insane. It's like we're just more comfortable with privatized death panels than theoretical public ones. Even though they don't really exist, but that is veering into my opinion. Let's avoid my opinion. Guys, my opinion's stupid. One of the big reasons I don't force my opinion on anyone and I don't talk about my opinion politically is because I recognize more than anyone else that my opinion's fucking dumb. It's not particularly well considered because I honestly like to avoid the subject for the most part and focus on escapism. So why the hell would I force it on you if I barely force it on myself? You don't want to know what I think. You know what I think? I think robots are fucking cool. That's like the extent of my thought process over the course of any given day. Let's try out a blue highlight on Cap before we get to the end of the stream because I want to know what direction I'm moving in for him. So I'm going to try a touch of tropical blue. It's true, we are painting Captain America. And there are parts of Captain America that are inherently political. Like the part where he wears an American flag on his chest. But you know what's funny is that extremists on both sides of any given political argument both identify with Captain America. Each side would claim him. There's an irony to that, isn't there? Like his ass. Yeah, that is. Let's go ahead and highlight America's ass for a minute here. I agree, Carla, but I feel like I've already been talking about arguably political subjects for too long, so let's not indulge. Let's not indulge. Let's focus on painting minis, the thing that we all like. Putting a few highlights down on America's ass. I did leave a little bit of a seam in America's ass, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm just going to pretend that it's a seam in his pants. Captain America's incredibly unrealistic tight ass. Like, you'd say it's unrealistic, but Chris Evans is built like a brick shithouse. Like, that dude is amazing. Who among us did not get just a little too excited at the scene in Winter Soldier when Chris Evans is like, he grabs a building in one arm and he grabs a helicopter in the other arm and he's just bringing them together. Like, who among us didn't have a moment where we questioned ourselves? Where we're just like, am I attracted to this man? Like, I don't think I've been attracted to men before, but I mean, is that this feeling? Because there's a feeling. Minnie's workstation currently been co-opted by a laptop. At least it's mobile. At least it's not permanent. Him and ScarJo, right? Oof, man. Yeah, they're almost too much together, aren't they? He's part of the 1%. Yeah, Henry is naked a lot in The Witcher. Now, he does not hang dong quite as confidently as, say, most of the people who were in Spartacus. That show has the most dong hanging I've ever seen in one place. It's out of control. It's a hard standard to meet. Is the Witcher series secretly one of those hentai games? I mean, to be fair, there's a... I mean, I was about to say there's more nudity in the show, and then I realized that's just a lie, and then I suddenly remembered the sheer quantity of nude scenes in the games. Like, oh no, that's just kind of a feature. Yeah, I heard that one. You know what? As it came out of my mouth, I knew it was wrong. I'm taking a real soft, subtle approach to highlighting this blue this time, because I'd like to leave a lot of this deep, rich blue that we got from the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralights. And I'd like to leave a good amount of contrast, and just work up some small areas. Not too small, it's fabric, and fabric generally doesn't build up the kind of sharp, intense highlights that you get on metal, or I mean, even leather. It's a dull surface, so you get more broad highlights, but I'd still, because it's a miniature, like to leave some very, very deep contrasting areas. Mostly what I'd like to do is lend texture with my highlights. And I may come back over the top of the highlights with some more of that Spectralite True Blue, because honestly it makes for a great glaze if it's a little watered down. I also might go over to the Scale 75 Inktense colors. I don't know if you guys have used those, but they make really good color glazes and filters. They're really, really good at that. Feels like the old days, watching a stream before you go to work. Ah. Steiner, I was saying earlier, Steiner, that the 2020 was like the longest 10 years of my life. Like, it's hard to believe this has only been, like, on the one hand, I'm like, wow, it's been a year, and on the other hand, I'm like, it's only been a year? How is that even possible? I'm very much looking forward to 2021 maybe feeling like a normal year. Like, I'm almost certain it won't. It's going to have its own special brand of stupid because we can never go back. But I'm hoping it's a little more chilled out. What do you mean? It's still March. Oh god, it's like a nightmare. No! Like the realization hits me all at once, and I realize I've been doing this for 1 month. Actually, that would be cool, because that would mean, like, if this is the amount of growth that I've done as a painter in 1 month, I'm actually impressed. Instead of being a little disappointed that I didn't really grow all that much as a painter in 2020. It's almost March again. No, Soda, no. Oh, God. And it all starts over again. I wake up tomorrow and someone's like, hey, have you heard of this COVID thing? It seems new. And I'm like, no. God, no. Oh, at least I could learn to play piano. You know, that movie Happy Death Day was actually a pretty good redux of the Groundhog Day concept, but I feel like they ruined it with the sequel. Also, Edge of Tomorrow. Great movie. Actually, Edge of Tomorrow was a really good movie. I haven't watched that in a while. I should do like a Bill Paxton retrospective, and I feel like Edge of Tomorrow definitely fits in there for him. He was great in that movie. How long ago did we lose Bill Paxton? I feel like my sense of time is just completely thrown off. It can't have been that long ago, though. Streets of Fire. Edge of Tomorrow was based on a manga. Yes, it is. It's based on a manga called All You Need Is Kill, which I looked up after the fact, and there were definitely some aspects of the manga that I thought would have been pretty cool worked into the movie. Little details that explain things, but it also would have lengthened it significantly, so I understand why it didn't make it in. But I've heard very good things about All You Need Is Kill overall. I haven't actually read it cover to cover. I cannot, like, even when manga is based on a property that I already like, I have a hard time getting into it. I know that it's something that a lot of people really, really dig, but I don't know, it's just never... I haven't found that one that grabs me yet, you know? And I say this as somebody who watches Attack on Titan, like, religiously. And that's one where people are like, oh, you want to know the story? Read the manga. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch the show. I'll wait, you know? Dude, I grew up on the Streets of Fire soundtrack. I had the cassette for Streets of Fire. God, Bill Paxton died in 2017. It feels like it's been forever. Oh. Wow. Wow. Time stopped in 2016, apparently. Still reeling from that one. And then on the same level, there's this weird feeling for celebrities that we lost prior to 2020. Have you guys had moments like this? And it's maybe a little dark. Where you think of a celebrity that you like that died before 2020, and you're like, well, at least they didn't have to see 2020. At the very least, at the end of their life, they didn't have to see this. It's not much, but it's something. Woke up every morning at 6 a.m. to Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood until I was 14. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The Streets of Fire soundtrack on cassette. I listened to it constantly as a kid. It's been a long time since I've listened to that soundtrack, but man, there were some winners in there. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm remembering it better than it actually was. If I go back, I might regret it. I'm sure you've had moments like that too, where you remember something being fantastic when you were a kid, and then you go back as an adult and you watch it or listen to it and you're like, ugh, my tastes have changed. I had that with, and I might lose some friends here, and I apologize in advance, but I had that happen with Boondock Saints. I was really into Boondock Saints when I mean, everybody was into Boondock Saints when I was a teenager. It was the thing to be into. I went back and rewatched it recently, and I was just like, this movie is not as good as I remember it being. Yeah, I had that with Gundam Wing too, Justicaro 6. I went back to rewatch Gundam Wing recently with my wife. I was like, Gundam Wing is amazing, let's watch it. And it's not that it's bad, it's just not as good as I remember it. And yeah, Streets of Fire. Willem Dafoe is playing a cartoon of Willem Dafoe in Streets of Fire. You know what I mean? Tom Cody is heavy. Dude, Tom Cody, oh my god, that scene in the diner when he slaps the shit out of that dude is like, that's one of the best scenes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit, I think it's about time for the storm report, you guys. Hang on a second. Let me put down one last little bit of blue here. I made some decent progress on these 3 minis today. Started building up our highlights. I do think I'm going to try some oil washing on Spider-Man to try to pull out those black lines, because otherwise I'm going to drive myself crazy with that crap. So, okay, obviously all of them still need work. Mostly Spider-Man, because we only did the basing of the blue and red on Spider-Man, but I really like this as a base tone. These spectral lights go down wonderfully. He needs the most work of the 3. Let me knock over some of my stuff real quick here, because I'm really super good at doing this. But let's just real quick compare. Now, this is just the base blue with the tiniest amount of highlighting on one leg. Here on our Captain America on the right, and this is the previous Captain America that I did. Like, honestly, the difference in intensity is a little startling. And I'm going to try for a much more intense non-metallic metal effect on the shield for this second round. I also think the concrete is better on this new one. Like, you see the sort of warm, kind of washed out samey concrete I have on the left. I think this concrete on the right came out much more dramatic. And I'm definitely liking the look of the red guards with the brown gloves. And I think you compare his hands here too. I think it's going to look good with the sort of fingerless glove thing that I'm going for here. Ooh, why is my left hand shaking so much? Let's calm that down a little bit. Yeah, it's much more saturated in color this time, and I think that's going to pay off. You'll also notice that my skin tone is similarly much deeper and more saturated as a base than the darkest part of the skin tone on the first Captain. Like, ooh. I was really happy with this guy when I finished him, and now I look at him and I'm like, maybe I should blue wash him or something, because he's looking a little washed out. Left base looks more like driveway concrete, right looks more like street tarmac. Yeah, that and the extra bits of debris I think also help. I gotta paint this this fucking empty bottle too. I forgot that it was there, but I might as well hit that with now. Okay, so with painting a bottle, I'm thinking that I want to do kind of a lens effect, you know, where the bottom of it, so it's going to be green glass, and I feel like, and I'll just look at some pictures obviously, but when you got a green glass bottle lying on its side in the sunlight, you're going to wind up with the green color mostly being towards the bottom, and then some highlighted glare at the top where the light is actually entering and then shining through and illuminating the bottom, right? That makes sense? I think that's what we're going to do. And the grate, right? It's great. Yeah, I'm going to do some blue on that. Well, the bases have no real color on them at all so far. This was just the basic dry brushing, but yeah, it's much more dramatic. Did I print or buy? So these are all purchased. All of these minis that I'm doing here, Gear Falcon, are the actual miniatures from the Atomic Mass Games Marvel Crisis Protocol core set. Also, you can see that I'm going with a much more blue base for things like the buckle than I did before, which I think is going to pay off. Add some water around the grate, too. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll do some, like, puddling, some pooling, and whatnot. That's a great idea. Jackie User, thank you so much for saying so. And I mean, just because I can. I mean, here's another good example. I might as well just show them since I got them. But here's the first Captain Marvel I did, which I think I did a better job on this Captain Marvel than I did on the first Captain America. I really quite like how she turned out. But let's take a look at that next to our new base blue. For that matter, even next to our new base red. I mean, damn. It's less startling. It's less startling because I definitely went with a more saturated blue when I did Captain Marvel, but I still think there's a hell of a comparison to make there. Yeah, it's definitely a more vivid base blue. I'll show you Spider-Man just because I can. This one's particularly embarrassing. I think Spider-Man is maybe one of the my least favorite paint jobs that I did out of that set, because he's downright washed out. Downright washed out, particularly compared to this. I mean, now obviously he doesn't look very good because he has a lot of primer showing through, but still, that blue is going to make all the difference. All the difference. Honestly, he's not as bad as I remember. Maybe I think of Spider-Man as worse than he really is. Just Isis, thank you so much for being here. Again, if you are not following Just Isis and you like painting streams, you really, really should be. And just for Gits and Shiggles, the only one that I have completely finished yet, let's compare old Crossbones to new Crossbones. Like, damn. Yeah, this is a bit of a change, isn't it? I say I haven't grown as a painter. I think that the growth may just be a little bit granular. I've become more comfortable with deeper saturation and deeper contrast. The differences here are subtle, but I think very meaningful. Particularly in the flesh tones. That, and I definitely like putting the cross across his chest. He is Crossbones after all, is he not? Yeah, it's almost like if you keep doing a thing, you get better at doing that thing. We should come up with a name for that. You know? It's like, it's a bold new proposition. If you want to get good at doing something, do that thing a bunch of times, and you will naturally get better at doing that thing through experience. Who has a good name? Let's patent this. Let's start, you know, shopping this around as a method. The Thunderhead method. We can call it Thunderheading. That's a terrible verb. So no, CO6 operator, this is actually not the same printer. I've got some pictures of my workspace up on my Instagram where you could see how they're actually arranged, but those printers are to my left in the corner of my room, and they're dual stacked. There's a Ender 3 V2 on top, and then on the shelf below it is an Ender 3 Classic. The Classic is the one that you have seen with the wires hanging off of it. And then I've got another one you can actually see over my left shoulder. It's not moving, which is why you probably can't tell what it is, but there is a Sunlu S8 back there that I need to pull the motherboard out of and do some rewiring on before it's going to get rolling, but then I will have 3 FDM printers and 1 resin printer running at the same time, and here pretty soon I am going to add a new resin printer to the fleet. To the fleet. Get good noob. That's a you know what, that's a solid name. That is a solid name for the strategy, and of course Cat is back just in time. Let's take a look at what we got in the Storm Report.
All right, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
And what do you know? There it is. Cat, good to have you back. Let's take a look at what we got tonight. Oh, God. No atrocities tonight? That's exciting. Let's call it Thunder Goodening. Seriously, though, you guys, practice makes perfect. Actually, you know what? I don't like that saying, because practice... That's inaccurate. That is inaccurate. Practice makes permanent. So I would like to say, and this is something that I do try to emphasize, it's not just doing things over and over and over. If you do things over and over and over, you'll get good at just doing what it is you've been doing. Doing it over and over and growing each time in some tiny way. If it's just the way you move your brush, if it's how bold you are in your color choice, if it's how deep you go in your shadows, if it's how high you go in your highlights, just change a little thing. Change a little, pick one thing. One single solitary feature of a model that you like to look at, and try to integrate just that one thing into your next paint job. Because again, practice makes permanent. It does not make perfect. I think that you can follow that up and say something stupid like perfect practice makes perfect, but that doesn't exist, so forget about that. Ooh boy, first and with only about 2 hours before the stream. Yeah, I know, I've noticed that more people are posting during the stream than are posting before these days. Practice makes better. Practicing well makes better. And I know that this seems like a silly thing to pick out, but it does bother me every time I say it. You gotta keep trying. And I think everybody knows that kind of instinctively, because as we practice, we are trying new things. I just don't want anybody to do the same thing over and over and wonder why they're not getting better, you know? It's probably not a realistic concern. Anyways, started working on some Oryx prototype prints. Still a lot of work to be done, but I'm glad to see it all mostly fits together as intended. Overall fidelity of the print is a bit lower than I'd like, so working on troubleshooting that for now. Might have to break down the torso into more parts, but one thing at a time. Update. No time for a full inspection, but it looks like the leg parts printed off the other printer look to be of higher quality already. Also, reprinted the upper half of the Oryx to fully compare overnight, but it looks like the Photon number 3 is due for some maintenance, probably an LCD replacement. Yeah, definitely in troubleshooting, it's always important to make sure that your equipment is working properly, particularly something as finicky as a resin printer. You will perform in the way you have practiced, so try to practice how you like to perform. That's good too. That's good too. That's also a classic Thunderdome, Drew. Repeating the same thing over and over, expecting different results is the definition of insanity. So we change, we grow, and we push ourselves. And it can be fun. Hang on, I'm just moving some crap out of my way so I don't slam my arm into my own models. You guys know how I am on this desk. I gesticulate. I fling my arms around, and eventually I'm just going to slap my models all over the damn place. Yeah, so this right here, this is a good example of why I really appreciate how many people, how many modelers, how many artists we've had on this stream, in this community, on my Discord, who have let us see their design process from the very beginning when they start blocking out their model to the finished print. Because things look so very different in renders than they do in real life, and this is something I love about Cyberknight. If you look at his 3D models, you can be tempted to think, ooh, those lines look really deep and strangely large. Ooh, those panel lines look like they're gonna just be huge and chunky and awkward. These are thoughts you could be forgiven for having, because it does a bit in the 3D model look like that. But when you actually then take that model and run it through a printer at the scale that he works in, what you realize is that Cyberknight's 3D modeling is perfectly adapted to the scale and style that he works in. Because this looks phenomenal. And I would say that a lot of modelers have the opposite problem. A lot of modelers make their details too shallow because they look good in the 3D rendering environment, where everything's perfect, where your lines are crisp because they're rendered by a computer. And then when you run them through your printer, when you run them through the screen, reality can be disappointing. Your details can become muddled. The lines wind up too shallow, they're not very well defined, they're barely there when you go to paint them, you wind up having to paint them on the figure. And I think a lot of people who've worked particularly in, Ion Raptor, yeah, I know that you've experienced this before, man. It looks so good when you're zoomed into it really close and you forget that you're talking about less than 0.5 millimeter. That's not a lot. So you over-fucking-do it. You overdo it and it comes out great. I think that Cyberknight is he's a great example to follow if this is the sort of modeling that you want to do. You know, I almost picked up Battletech the other day, but the rules are just a tad too crunchy for me. Soda Addict, number one, yes, you're right. I don't play BattleTech with more than 4 mechs on a side for that simple reason. It becomes too much very quickly. I enjoy BattleTech with a lance on each side, with 4 mechs on each side, because I love the granularity that it brings. I would say bear in mind that BattleTech is what I call an a la carte rules system, in that where you might be used to games like 40K, where the rules are like, these are the tournament rules, these are what you play with, and you rarely run into house rules, and if you run into house rules, they're very minor and they change little things. There might be a tournament version of the rules that makes it just a little bit more competitive. BattleTech, every single household you walk into, every game you walk into could have a completely different set of rules because of the way they're built. They're built for you to take the rules that you like and drop the ones that you don't. You can cut entire portions of gameplay out because you don't like it. I have my own list of house rules that I use with BattleTech that fundamentally changes a lot of aspects of the way that the game is played, but just makes it more fun. And yeah, once you've done it a little while, it's really not as bad as it appears. Now, the other thing I would like to tell you, Soda Addict, is ask you, perhaps. Ask and tell you. Ask, tell. Tell, ask you. Alpha Strike. BattleTech Alpha Strike, have you played it? If you haven't, take a look at it. Alpha Strike is much, much quicker, and if you want... I will say that I'm not a huge fan of Alpha Strike myself, because I feel like everything Alpha Strike does is arguably done better in a mechanical sense in other game systems. But if you specifically want to play BattleTech, if you want to play with battle mechs, if you like the setting, if you like the mechs, Alpha Strike is a great way to put mechs on the field and have a fast-paced... And honestly, it also benefits from that a la carte rule system, because I'll say things like, I don't like Alpha Strike, but people have come up with modified Alpha Strike rule systems using variable damage and things like that, which are written right into the rulebook, which make it a lot more like classic BattleTech. But my point here is that BattleTech is a unique game system in that it is whatever you want to make it into. And these are not rules that are just made up by people in their living rooms to play with. These are rules that are in the books that you can look up and it'll be like, this is an optional rule. So you want to dig through those or find somebody who already has. But I would say try out Alpha Strike. If looking at classic BattleTech gave you a bit of a headache, check out Alpha Strike. There's a free version of the rules available online, I'm pretty sure. And yes, Vergaderung is absolutely right. That's something that I do as well. I have a cluster map, or a cluster app for BattleTech. I don't roll individual clusters for missile hits. I just go, I hit with an LRM-10, and it goes, you hit the left arm this many times, you hit the left torso this many, it just tells me. That skips so much dice rolling. And, yeah. Friend of yours is super into the world and lore from MechWarrior games, so I'm using this to help bridge him into... Yeah, grab Alpha Strike. And use Alpha Strike to then, like, once you're used to that game, then move into classic BattleTech. And if you don't like it, just retreat back to Alpha Strike. There's nothing wrong with that. At all. And yeah, play scenarios, too. That's a lot of fun. Scenarios are a lot of fun. Here's the thing also I'd like to mention about BattleTech. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Cyber Knight. Cyber Knight, if you do not know, is the proprietor of Metalcore Collectibles, has his own website, an excellent series of BattleTech-related / adjacent mechs, tanks, and figures that you can get there. Definitely check out Metalcore Collectibles. Ooh, here we have from Project Dark Fox. Who likes mechanized spiders? I know I do. The ZPH-1A Tarantula warm-up doodle for my less serious commission work. It's my understanding that Ion Raptor is going to be working on this very model here pretty soon. But what I wanted to say, it's also tempting to think of BattleTech as you think of other war games. If you grew up in an environment with your 40Ks, with your Mantic war games, with FFG games, you can be tempted to think of them as they are meant to be crunchy competitive rule sets. I don't think BattleTech is on any level, in any way, shape, or form, meant to be a competitive rule set. It can be made into a competitive rule set. If you put in the work, you can come up with a tournament-appropriate version of the BattleTech rules that you can play competitively. But BattleTech is a random bullshit simulator at its core. It is almost more of a role-playing game. Because anytime in BattleTech, I just tell people this, in BattleTech, if I have a mech and you have a mech, and I shoot at you with any given weapon, any weapon at all from any legal possible range, if it's possible for me to hit you, as I start rolling my dice, there is a series of die rolls, as unlikely as they may be. If you play enough tabletop games, you know that unlikely things happen all the damn time. You rolled enough nat 20s in your life, you rolled enough boxcars, you rolled enough snake eyes. There is a combination of die rolls for any hit that results in your death. Every single time. You might just fucking explode from full health. You might fall over, crack open your pilot's skull, and just bleed out in your cockpit. There are so many things that can happen. So many things. Someone could fire at you, get a through armor critical, roll a double crit, hit your fusion core twice, and force an eject on the first turn with full armor. I only say this because my wife did it to me, and I'm still bitter about it. Very, very bitter. That was my Steiner Shadowhawk, and that was its first game, and it's been cursed ever since then. Yeah. On the other hand, I like that about the game. Because, and this sounds like the dumbest thing to say about a game about battle mechs, particularly from someone like me who I constantly say, don't use realism to justify things in war games. But there is a certain pleasing realism to the notion that if I'm firing a gun at you, you might die. It doesn't matter how much armor you're wearing, because that's not how armor works. It doesn't matter what your defense stat is, because that's not how real life works. In real life, if a bullet is flying anywhere in your general direction, you might die right then and there. There is a finality, there is a fatalism to all forms of combat. We think of ourselves as like, oh, I get in a fight, I could take a few punches. Anyone on Earth taking a punch to the head is running the risk of dying immediately, because we are fragile beings when it comes down to it. And that delivers a certain fatalism to the game system that I personally find very pleasing. This tension in anytime someone's like, well, I'm going to shoot at you with such and such, I'm thinking, I might just lose. I'm never comfortable. I'm never thinking, I can take that. I probably can. Maybe I can't. Maybe try to avoid being shot at all as a result. That said, the reality of classic BattleTech is often long, drawn-out, slogging matches that take fucking forever, and I have a few house rules that I use to simplify that. But I think it's fun. I've been rambling for a while. Let's get on with our Storm Report and take a look at this amazing piece of art that Project Dark Fox has done here. I mean, Call of Duty lied to me? I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. The pilot's brain damage, not curse. That's a better explanation, honestly. Goss round to the face, turn 1. Yeah, when we played the Invasion of Huntress at the last convention I managed to go to before COVID kicked up, I had one of my 2 Warhammers take a shot from a Mad Cat from across the table on the first turn and just bloop, just right through the head. Just dropped him. He had a chance. He had moved, and that's all he did. He took a round to the face and he went down. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Grew up on BattleTech, love it. That was back when you bought lead figures. Remember being excited when 3050 technical readout was released. Venomous Sloth, you were there for the clan invasion. You brave warrior of the inner sphere, you. This is awesome. I love. So Ion Raptor, I figure since you are probably going to be working on sculpting this, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know right here. These are just the thoughts that I have when I look at it. But these little fins should probably just be connected into a solid piece. That said, I love the shape that they give the leg. They give it a more spidery feel, don't they? I like these little kind of aggressive fins off the side, and I like how these guns are positioned so they kind of remind me of like these are the pedipalps and these are the fangs. You know, that's kind of what I'm getting off of it. Yeah. Nothing says getting turbo dunked like a PPC to the face. Yeah, and then lightning struck my cockpit. Oh my god, this is really, really cool. Now, Project Dark Fox does some truly amazing artwork. And because I lack an imagination, which seems perhaps ironic given what I do, I've used Project Dark Fox's ability to visualize things to give me visual inspiration for my own models a number of times.
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
It's true. And I'm glad to see more people doing it. I will absolutely love to. I'm going to bet money. I'm not going to bet money. I would bet money, but I'm not going to bet money because I'm not a betting man fundamentally. Ion Raptor, are you going to be doing this on stream? Because I want to be there for that. Make sure you announce it in the Discord. Pretty please. And folks, if you want to see this amazing Battletech Tarantula getting designed as a 3D printable file on stream, you should go give Ion Raptor Designs a follow right now. Go give him a follow. You're going to want to see this. It's going to be a good time. I love watching him work. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I know, right? Cat scares me a little bit every time that plays. Really awesome work, Project Dark Fox. Thank you for sharing that with us today. I'm sure we're going to see a whole lot more of it, and I can't wait. Speaking of Ion Raptor, here we have from Detron Voltari. Look what I found. There I was minding my own business playing a little Rogue Tech when Karita decided to start some shit. It did not end well for my little commando. This is the Rakshasa that Ion Raptor just got done sculpting also on his stream. Got to watch this mech come together from concept to 3D printable version to final detailed version for use in the community assets pack, and now you can encounter this man-eater in Harebrained Schemes Battletech, which, if I just may say, for anyone who's new to Battletech, anyone curious about Battletech, anyone looking to start playing Battletech even on the tabletop, anyone who's never heard of Battletech, play this game. Harebrained Schemes Battletech that you can get on Steam is, like, regardless of being associated with Battletech or MechWarrior, just one of the best goddamn games to come out in the last 10 years. Like, it's really good. That's sick, Justicar. The Inner Sphere makes do when it can. Yeah, it's a really good game. I don't think it is Justicar. I don't think it is. Yeah, no, it does not play anything like the tabletop battle. No, it is to be considered its own game entirely. But, okay, by itself, maybe that's overselling it, Justicar, but with the mod capacity, I think it really is. I certainly have gotten more hours of gameplay out of it than almost anything I've bought in the last 10 years. Only problem with the video game, it has the kind of Paradox DLC, so yeah, okay, that's fair, Soda Addict. And not all the DLCs are particularly great. You know what, okay, I'll just concede, that is probably overselling it. I am probably being hyperbolic when I say one of the best of the last 10 years. I'll just go with, it is damn good, and you should play it. I think that's fair, and I'll let you judge that, Justicar. Based on the name Justicar, it seems like you're probably good at judging things. Here we have from Squared, fun with reverse wash. Did the gold, then a layer of gloss, then did 50/50, 1000 Suns Blue, and AP Quick Shade Medium. Once it dried a Q-tip and Isopro alcohol, took the blue off all but the trim. Oh, off of all the trim. I got that. That is exactly the opposite of what he said. Ooh, that actually came out nice. That is fairly effective. It really did pull it right off, didn't it? And yet it still let it pool really nicely in the recesses. I like how it's kind of a metallic blue-green. 1000 Suns have long been my favorite Chaos Space Marine Legion. I like the Death Guard. I like, what's another Chaos Legion I like? I like the Emperor's Children. They're pretty cool. I get really excited about the Word Bearers and the 1000 Suns. I could throw World Eaters into the fucking trash. I don't care about them at all. And the Black Legion is, who gives a shit? But, Word Bearers and 1000 Suns. Yeah. I'm sorry, did that upset you, Verg? All is dust. I just love the idea of them basic. Like, again, this comes from a time when 40K was still fun. When the concept behind their writing was not, what's the most extreme thing that we can do in the most epic and serious way possible? What are the politics between the Primarchs and the Adeptus Mechanicus? But back when they were like, you know what we need? We need space mummies. And fundamentally, that is what the 1000 Suns are. They're space mummies. They're evil space mummies. And they're amazing. We need Marines who are weak to a Dustbuster. Yes, let's make the Thousand Suns. I like the World Eaters too. I just think the World Eaters are. I like them having like the Chaos script all over their armor. Yeah. You have them, Space Wolves. Oh, there you go. World Eaters are great. You take. What's great about the World Eaters, Verg? They're boring. Like, I guess they're kind of cool in that they're like, we got chain axes and we worship blood. But I mean, like, there's a bunch of Chaos Legions that do that. And I'm sorry, but the World Eaters logo is one of the dumbest looking logos. It's literally a world with teeth coming down on it. Like, why don't you just write your name on your armor at that point? I don't know. It seems really on the nose to me. I won't say that they're bad. They're not bad. They're cool in the sense that Khornate Marines are cool. They're not my favorite. They do not tickle my fancy in any significant way. Now, having talked a great deal about what my favorite Chaos Legion is, this is a really cool effect you've achieved here. And it seems like it's probably fairly simple to do, which makes this a really good method for assembly line painting. If you're looking to get 1,000 Suns forced together large scale very quickly, I think you could pull it off with this. You could drill the barrels. You know what? Honestly, putting a black dot on the end of them kind of gets it across pretty well. I used to spend a lot more time drilling my barrels than I do now. I kind of want to see them on like a jade green sandy base. You know? Like if you put down texture and then you gave it like a little spritz of white from an airbrush, or if you don't have that, a couple of patches of white dry brushing, and then did a similar effect to this sort of contrast style painting with like an olive to jade green somewhere in there. I guess more towards olive than jade, because that's going to start veering blue. I think that would contrast really, really well and result in a very cool look. That a red, like a Martian red base would look really good. And I think that what's their planet? Prospero? Prospero had like red sand, didn't it? That could be cool. Yeah. Really, really nicely done though, Squared. And yeah, think that'd look good? I would love to see that. Keyword had. Okay, so they don't have Prospero anymore. So Prospero's pretty much gone. Fucking Space Wolves. That's one of the reasons I hate the Space Wolves as much as I do. That's bullshit. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster preview. Only really one new image here today, but I'm starting off with an old one that has been shown a number of times, and surprising nobody is something of a favorite of Thunderhead's. Ooh, exciting. And since this is personal mech, also a favorite of Justicar's, showing this primarily for reference purposes as it is the subject of the next image, so even though it's nothing new, I present to you Bloodbath, the aptly named 80-ton hatchet-wielding monstrosity that can run over 100 kilometers per hour with its triple-strength Myanmar engaged. Also makes it pretty hot with a hatchet, I would think. Still amusing to think back to when, upon seeing for the first time, Justicar's immediate reaction was, I didn't put that many guns on that. Looks at the specs. I did put that many guns on that. It does have a shocking number of guns. For the insanity of this, and calling this a hatchet is being so conservative. That's a murder pick. This thing is a beastly bastard of a mech, and yeah, I do love this image. Wait, the planet of sorcerers is in orbit above Prospero? Wasn't the planet of sorcerers like in the Eye of Terror? What am I saying? Everything is like the Eye of Terror split the galaxy in two or some garbage like that. 40k is out of control. I hereby dub that the mech opener. Yeah, right? That's the pilot retriever right there. That's going straight to the cockpit. Damn. I feel like even a relatively minor blow with this thing would cause serious internal damage to a mech's systems. I really like this laser mounted up high on the shoulder, too. It's chaos, it can do what it wants. He's got a point. He's got a point. That is a badass design, and I love seeing Plog's art. As for the image that actually is new for the Storm Report, well, at one point during Operation Lancaster, the Blackwood Templars mercenaries, Justicar's unit, take a rather severe loss of personnel. It's a fairly dark chapter for the unit, as the Templars have a family-like atmosphere within the unit. For Colonel Ann Lawrence, the Dreadnought Battle Corps commander and overall commander of the Lancaster Coalition, it takes everything she has to keep the rather unruly Templars from charging in and ignoring her orders, but once they were unleashed, well, there was no stopping them. Except for perhaps physics. Here we see Bloodbath struggling to pull its hatchet free from its most recent Blakist target, looking to its Berserker Lancemate as though to say, hey, wait up. It does kind of have that look, like, oh, wait for me. I'm stuck hatchet deep in this pilot's guts. Ooh. Yeah, it's, I think I need to re-level my bed. My hot end is kind of dragging across my infill tonight. That's that click that you're going to get on the microphone periodically. It definitely opened this Blakist. I love how he's got the foot positioned like up on his crotch as he's trying to rip it back out. I suppose that is the hazard of having a hatchet quite that aggressive. Ooh, I hadn't really noticed this nasty hook on the shoulder before. It's such a brutally aggressive mech. I love the shape. You know, it's evocative of the Black Knight in the helmet, the head. Give Gyroid infill a try. So I generally use Cubic Subdivision. I haven't used Gyroid. No, Doggo isn't in the room tonight. Oof. I'd say that Blakist is pretty damn dead, which is as good as any Blakist really deserves. Really, just fantastic work, as always, by Matt Plog. I love the Blakist little hand still reaching up, like, It reminds me of, in Pacific Rim, when Onibaba is killed by I thought of Dingo Waltz before I thought of Coyote Tango. That's what you've done to me, Cybran Knight. But when Coyote Tango takes down Onibaba, you don't see the fight. But in the background, as Mako comes out of the alleyway, you see Onibaba in the background. And it's just my favorite rendering, because you don't see any of its body, you just see its legs coming up, and they're kind of like curled together. You know, like a dead spider. Almost. There's this creepy, organic nature to its posture in its death. This sort of rigor mortis that is set in. And I get the same feeling out of this little detail, this arm stuck up into the air, this sort of rigor mortis. It's locked in its death posture. In the last moments when its Myanmar was clenching as the neurons in the pilot's brain were firing almost at random as the light died out in its eyes. Or possibly just random spurts of energy as he was smeared into a goddamn paste by that giant hatchet. You know, one of the two. Lovely, lovely work by Plog, and thank you for sharing that with us today, Sumitha. Here we have from Roland, we have our concept art for Ethan Breaker Santander. Rocker Boy turned solo for Cyberpunk Red. Ooh, he's got like that Levi energy from fucking Attack on Titan going on. I'm digging the flight jacket. That's a nice touch. I guess it's more of like a tanker's jacket, yeah. And I totally dig I do this when I lean against things. I do this with my feet unconsciously, and I realize I must look like a goof most of the time. Doesn't look as old as I was expecting. General Grievous. You're shorter than I expected. He does look very smooth-faced, given his history. We can look goofy together, Cat. With the glasses on, he looks like a tad like Matt Smith. Yeah, if you can't see his eyes, he's kind of got that forehead going on. Got a K-pop face. Biosculpt. Now, to be fair, yeah, this is a world where we need to get some art in of Hootie Hoo Art's character for Cyberpunk Red, because he literally has like custom-made skin and hair that he can change the color and complexion of at will, which is just a thing in the universe. Can't be cake pop because the hair isn't neon color. Thunderdome Drew, you have a fantastic night, man. Thank you for hanging out. It is always a pleasure to see you here in chat. And again, folks, if you are not following Thunderdome Drew, do yourself a favor and go give that man a follow. Fantastic art stream, really amazing painter, and just a great welcoming community. Got his face ripped off by a claymore. Oh, so his face is entirely artificial, which actually explains why he is quite so put together. I like that. He wouldn't have a face at all if it weren't for having one that he bought and paid for. I like it. Where'd you get the art from, Roland? This is some really, really nice artwork. I can't quite make out our signature here. I'm curious, though. Really, really excellent art. And this is fantastic. I would love profiles like this for all the characters. I realize that we're probably not going to get them identical, but it would be nice to get... Oh, you pulled them off of Pinterest. I can dig it. Just found one that worked really well. Yeah, I'd love to get profiles like this for all the characters so that I can put them up on screen while we're playing. And again, we are shooting for the first Thursday in February. That's the month that's coming out. Shooting for the first Thursday in February for our potentially one-shot, potentially start of a few sessions for Cyberpunk Red here on the stream. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a fun time. I was just talking with... okay, so Hootie Who can't be there tomorrow for Session 0. He cannot be there tomorrow. We may have to shoot for Friday and Saturday. Roland, at the latest, we're going to do Saturday. If other people can't get together for Friday, Saturday, I may have you and Kat jump into a voice call with me tomorrow to work out some details for you at the very least, and then we'll try to get people together for maybe an hour to touch base before we actually go into the first session. This is the loose framework of a plan we're working with, but so far, everyone is at least on board for the first actual session, and we'll play it by ear until then. Here we have from Nanotanks. I mean, it's gonna be on stream, Verg. We're just gonna stream it, like as bad as it may be. Let me just reiterate. I make no promises that it is going to be a good role-playing game. I make no promises that I am going to handle it competently. We're just gonna stream it, and let the dice fall where they may, as it may be. We're gonna feel our way through it, and you all will be able to join us for the absolute chaos of it. Or maybe it'll go well, I don't know. Again, no promises. It's just gonna be fun, we're just having a good time with it. So here we have from Nanotanks an example of washed off enamel washes. Base coat before cleaning, and then after. So this is our base coat green, and then this is just the enamel wash, and this is cleaned off. Yeah, this is very much, because these details are also quite shallow. You can see... What is this tank from? I recognize this tank from something. Oh, T-72? Huh. Yeah. I guess that's why it stands out to me. Okay. I was thinking of something else, but I couldn't quite place what that other thing was, so that must be it. Yeah, I think it's particularly this shape on the front here that is striking me. Either way, this method seems like exactly what I'm looking for. And kind of what I was thinking using an oil for Spider-Man. And you said you did a gloss before this, or this was just base coated paint and then the wash and then the wipe off. I may ping you, Nanotanks, for some details on how you did that. I'm sure that I could look it up online, but I'd rather find out from you and what they looked like when completed. Oh, that came out nice. Okay, yeah, now I see it. If it wasn't clear before by the shape of the turret, it definitely is. Not those no, but I do often gloss now. Yeah, I've heard that gloss is the way to go, just to help it flow more easily across the surface. A little bit of weathering definitely helped too. Very nicely done. Yeah, it looks real sharp. I would assume that this is a larger scale if you didn't tell me that it, and I didn't know that Nanotanks tends to do some little nano-sized tanks, ironically enough. Very nice work, and thank you very much for sharing this technique with me. Yeah, I might pick your brain a wee little bit. Here we have from Sheza Sue. Painted them over a year ago based on the Chicago Field Museum's dino of the same name. Still one of my favorites, the Dino Sue. Life ain't easy for a dinosaur named Sue. Ooh, that came out real nice. That skin is so textured. This looks like it was a lot of fun to paint. A filter on this one to show the drool. I did an effect like this similarly on my Rancor, but I didn't get it quite so webbed. Nice job on the eye, too. I'm really liking that. That's really, really cool. I like the fairly subtle color variation that you have across the skin. And the basing, all the foliage and everything. Nicely done. That's something that I need to get. There is a particular piece of art that I need to have someone do before we get into our Cyberpunk Red game in February, which specifically involves a T-Rex. Potentially wearing sunglasses and potentially sporting a couple of Uzis, or an Uzi in either hand. I need to hit up either Hootie Who or maybe Project Dark Fox and see if I can't slip that in before then. Really well done, Sheza, and thank you for sharing Sue with us today. Coming down here we have from Seal 6 Operator. Gonna go see Sue? Or you got to see Sue when they were on tour. Oh, that's a weird thing. See Sue. See Sue Seesaw. It's very impressive. Nakatomi Towers from Die Hard printed for my buddy for our various 6mm games on EPAX X1 and eSun Bio Water Washable Gray. Oh, those came out real sharp, didn't they? Ooh, I recognize that Shadowhawk. It's always fun for me to see something that I sculpted up getting printed out. I like how you have the little, what would this be called? Sign doesn't seem to quite cut it. It's not a marquee. There's a name for this. But yeah, you've got the little symbol on there and everything. Very cool. I could just see the top of the building exploding when I look at it. Company logo. I mean, that's a very literal description of it. I feel like there's another word that I'm just not thinking of. Sisu, Sisu Chew, Sisu Chew You. The nursery rhyme of Tyrannosaurus Rex murder. The sandwich board. Let's go with that because that makes me hungry. It does look like it is much smaller scaled than 6mm. Because at 6mm a human being would be like here, and you'd have to get down on your hands and knees to crawl in there. Now that said, if you did this at 6mm, it would probably outpace the printer very, very quickly. So there are certain allowances to be made for the sake of actually fitting things on the table. Oh, Shadowhawk. I need to actually finish painting my damn Shadowhawks. I've made models, I've sculpted models, I've made them available, I've printed them, and just like not painted them myself, and that's just embarrassing. Just embarrassing. Yeah, it looks like a little bit like 3 to 4mm scale. Just printed the STL he gave it. Dude, scaling for 6mm is a complex, strangely and confusingly complex process. Really crisp, nice looking prints though. Very, very cool, and thank you for sharing that with us today, Seal 6 Operator, particularly since we just watched Die Hard just the other night, it seems like. A star-shaped building like that would look cool in Trinity City. Hint, hint, it would also fit very nicely into our Hex format. Actually, here we have from Data Nerd, actually painted a bit today while watching the stream earlier. Ooh, that's exciting. Clearly a work in progress on mini number 4 that I only stopped working on because the leg broke and needed to be re-glued. Well, that'll always put a little hitch in your step. I do love the work that Kursala did on this Orion. And the Orion is just already one of my favorite mechs. That's looking nice though. I like that blue. It's so cool to me that you guys have like a family activity right now built around sculpting, printing, and painting of all things Battletech miniatures. Like, that's the kind of family life that you dream about, but so few ever get. I'm liking the way that it's coming together so far, Data Nerd. Looks like we're going to have some black in addition to the blue that's going down. Well, once that leg gets set, I can't wait to see the rest of the work you do on it. Looks like your paints are nicely thin. The details are coming out real crisp, even crisper than they did on mine. I kind of muddled up this chest piece a little bit when I painted the Toad Smasher. Of course, I got a few more that I can give a try to see if I can't preserve some of that detail a little bit better. Sadly, no more fuckflakes. That is a tragedy. It truly is. If you only knew what we fully did for family game night with it. Oh god. How many pilots were murdered? Put some more up of Sue and their base in your Discord. Sheza, thank you so much for doing that. Did you put it up in Showcase? I'll take a look at them after the stream. Well, now, that didn't take long. Guess I'm not getting any further tonight because some of these parts have insanely large gaps to deal with. At least Tamiya White Goop does a very good, effective job, of gap filling. Yeah, I said screw painting and assemblies. I want to build this Revell A10. Swear I'm going to wind up buying the Hobby Boss A10 later, just so I have a kit that actually goes together properly. If it isn't flash, it's an insanely large mold line. If it isn't a mold line, it's parts that just don't fit together properly. That is frustrating. I also gave up on assembly painting a long time ago, to be fair. Hey look, there's a streamer back here. Isn't that funny? That's a big kit, though. That's a real big kit. I lack the patience to assembly paint. I really do. Like, I'll just confess that. It entirely comes down to laziness and my own attention span. I have lost too many projects because I tried to paint them in assemblies. It looks like you're having to put in a lot of work on this. Well, I'll tell you what, though, the end product is going to pay off. It's going to be damn good looking. And the good news is that with something this big, you can do most of your painting with an airbrush and have it look pretty damn good. I love that you've got a toothbrush as part of your painting setup over here, in addition to all your oil brushes, but this, you know, somebody who occasionally does star speckle patterns because they got a toothbrush on their desk. Some goofy streamer on the tablet. Oh, nobody follow that guy. Also from White Wolf, instead of banging my head against the misfitting kit, yeah, let's tackle this too. I've only ever completed a single scale model, but have 2 others in the works on the table. While I have a nice stash of Russian tanks waiting for me, this one keeps catching my attention as well as hubby's. Must be the Plow of Doom, or the fact that it literally shoots explosive ropes. That could be it too. There's only a few sprues in that box, and apparently something like 1,062 parts. Excuse me. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is just straight masochistic. This is rough. Oh, just for cleaning. Okay. Well, you can also do a nice, like, galaxy speckle pattern with a toothbrush. FLGS has the Triceratops that goes with the Rex. Want to put them in a diorama that I have 0 space for. I feel that far too much, Sheza. I wish I had display space for everything, but instead things have to rotate. Yeah, that's a lot of pieces. This is daunting. Like, I mean, Godspeed, noble model builder. Holy shit. Well, when it's together, it'll be a hell of an accomplishment, White Wolf. That's gotta be worth something, right? Let us know when you get that kind of assembled. Ooh, here we have from Kursala. Got a bit more work done on my scrapyard mechs. The left one will probably get a different dorsal cannon, but it's almost ready. Middle one needs a bit of sculpting for the feet, and the right one is waiting for glue to dry so I can do the sculpting. Side note, this is the first time I've done any mini sculpting. Don't have any green stuff, so I use blue sticky tack. Parts list and names will follow once I finish all 6. I love the notion of using parts from sort of a mech scrapyard. Instead of taps. Well, we're not trying to play you out just yet. We're trying to be a little bit more hopeful than that. Ooh. This is an interesting combination of parts. The legs on this one here. We've got an Orion upper torso. Some alternative arms I can't quite place from this angle. Not sure about these legs. They're reverse jointed. But then we got Warhammer feet going on here. We've got what looks like the center part of a Mad Cat or variant. Look at the big fucking Orion cannon stuck on top of it. That's insane. Yeah, I can see a different dorsal cannon, but I like the placement of it. And then, of course, we have Captain Dick Gun. Which is, hilarious to see what amounts to a hunchback with its lower torso replaced with a weapon and its arms replaced with legs. That's adorable. That's almost as insane as the original Jenner, like, hip shoulders. So it's walking around on its arms, basically, and its lower body is just a gun now. Okay. These will be fun. These will be a lot of fun to see get finalized. Yeah, they're cursed mechs. They've got that cataphract energy going on. Oh, well, nicely done either way, Kursala. Most of the parts are from Polygon Masterworks Timberwolf. Okay. Working on a Jenner with Warhammer arms. God, you're sick. This is like Human Centipede levels of wrongness. Ooh. Here we have some stuff from Steiner Minis. New studio, new year. Steiner has been working on a lot of cool stuff this year, including a lot of Death Ray Designs, MDF, some of their newer stuff. These sort of futuristic city cargo containers and habitation pods. So many of them. That airbrush has been getting a major workout. It looks like you've been experimenting with a lot of new weathering techniques. I'm seeing sponging. I'm seeing what I'm guessing is a little bit of chipping. Lots of sponging is an incredibly effective technique. And some little extra scratches in here. And then we have just the emoist Space Marine. Just the emo. This guy. He's doing the fucking hair flip. I worship the Emperor. You've probably never heard of him. That's just exactly what he's saying. You know that that's what he's saying. He's telling that to this drone as he stands on it. Captain Emo gets a lot of ridicule. He's a cool looking model. The hair is a bit much. I definitely like the new sort of hooked claws and the fact that they shrunk the gauntlet for the lightning claws on. What's his name? He's a Raven Guard captain. Hey, I resemble that remark. That's just the Raven Guard, though. You know what they're not as bad as? They'll never be as bad as the Night Lords with the fucking emo Primarch Conrad Kurz, okay? They're never gonna catch up to him. Caven Shrike. Okay, I gotcha. I remember when he came out a little while ago, but I didn't look that closely at him. Got to see him building some of this stuff last night. Looks like some more painting has gone down. Steiner is a prolific painter. He works much, much faster than I do, but then he also paints on commission, so he kinda has to. I say that about a lot of painters. My God, they paint so much faster than I do, and I realize that it's because they're actually getting paid to paint, which is something that I don't do, so I don't have quite that monetary motivation to work quite so fast. When I pick up Shrike, I'm swapping the head for the beaky helmet, though I don't dig the hair. Dude, the beaky helmets are my favorite. The Mark 6 Corvus, because they remind me, and I think they're meant to be evocative of the old, like, 14th, 15th century European pig face / hound skull is the other name for it, bassinet faceplate, where they had this long point coming out of the face. It's always been one of my favorite historical designs, and it's always been one of my favorite Space Marine helmet designs. I think the Corvus armor is the coolest. So Soda Addict, please share that with us. Win / if you do that, because man, I'm a sucker for beakies. I'm a sucker for Space Marine beakies. That's a lot of work you've been getting done, Steiner. I know that you only started these like very recently, like a week ago maybe? You're just working like crazy, man. Again, a lot of good stuff here from Death Ray Designs. Really, really nice work, Steiner. Always a pleasure to see you in the Storm Report, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Thunderdome Drew, new year, new grabbing good busts. Well, that sounds like a very, very personal thing. Ooh, this is a pretty cool little plinth. Okay, Thunderdome Drew isn't here right now, but I'm going to ask him later if he made this plinth himself. I know he does a lot of casting and then turning and buffing on his own to make his War Grips handles, which are very, very cool. And I feel like he might have done this plinth all on his own. That is really nice looking. And then he has a bust of this. Should I recognize this man? It just seems like just a man. Just kind of an intimidating looking man. Who's been in a horrific accident with like a giant melon baller. Or something. Not entirely sure. It's a very detailed bust. I can imagine this for him is going to be something of a study on skin tones, and this will be something to watch, because Thunderdome Drew uses some of the most interesting colors. Some of the most interesting colors. Just started Raven Guard, need to find a good supply of beaky helmets, don't want to pay $25 for 2 beakies. Yeah, you can almost certainly get someone with a resin print. In fact, I'll bet you could find someone in the Thunderhead Studio Discord who would be willing to do that for you. Soda Addict. But yeah, get someone with a resin printer to print you out some helmets, because that's going to be more like, oh, you want 50 beakies? That'll be like $5. Like, someone might charge you $10 to $15 for that many, and that's just paying for the time, electricity, and wear and tear on the machine at that point, but you're going to get a whole lot of them. A whole lot of them. Might just be a super realistic sculpt. It does seem that way. The skin has a lot of texture. Looks like we got scar tissue in here, pronounced veins, really good facial sculpting. Yeah, this should be interesting to watch come together. Know a guy nearby with a resin printer? Anyone know a good Beaky STL for sale? You could probably find one on Thingiverse. Probably. I don't know one offhand, but I'm certain that they're available. Absolutely certain. And failing that, someone could make it. Yeah. That's what I was saying, Vergata Rung. I'm fairly sure there are some on Thingiverse. They're going to go by different names because Games Workshop really likes to crack down on people doing 3D printing. But ask around, again, I'm plugging my own Discord here, but ask in the Discord. We have an STL file share section, and usually people know where those files are if you ask around. Here we have from Ion Raptor, Transient is so close. I'm more excited for the Turkina in-game than any other mech I've done thus far. As an added bonus, he's implemented a Planet Express skin. Ooh. I liked the Planet Express color scheme that you... Ooh, wow. That's a lot of missiles. Damn. It does kind of have that Planet Express courier shape to the front of it. Your Turkina genuinely looks better than the one that they did for the new Kickstarter. But this is maybe the great downfall of... Not the great downfall, but one of the drawbacks to the timing of that Kickstarter is it came at a time when so many people are doing 3D sculpting and printing that they're going to have a hard time keeping up. They're gonna have a hard time keeping up. This is another mech that we had the pleasure of watching Ion Raptor sculpt on his stream. If you'd like to watch 3D models like this come together live, go check out Ion Raptor Designs. Like, really, just do yourself a favor and give that man a follow. The worst thing that can happen is you go into the stream and you're like, I don't like this, and you unfollow and you move on with your life, and that really doesn't cost you much now, does it? Now, on the other hand, you might just be inspired to do some 3D modeling of your own. That's always what his streaming does for me. I love this, the way the top parts break off for this little top, like it changes the whole profile of the mech. This is so awesome. Just damn good work, Ion Raptor, and it must just be exciting as hell to see your work coming together in the form of an actual mod you can download for a game. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, okay, so if you just type Beaky into search for Cults 3D, you're going to find both Primaris and Firstborn. There you go. There you go. And yeah, you got a friend with a resin printer, just have him run you off like 50 of them. They're going to cost him almost nothing. Ooh, Carla Reynolds. We have the Shelves of Battle. Ooh, that's an impressive number. Are we looking at a bunch of 3D prints? I'm guessing from the greens I'm seeing up here and some of these other colors that a lot of these are 3D prints. Ooh, Battle Mechs. We've definitely got some CGL figures over here. I recognize some of the postures. Definitely got CGL here. I recognize that plastic anywhere. Join the dark side. Okay, here's your 3D print shelf. We've got CGL here. Are these metals? Maybe here? These are painted. It's harder to tell. These look like more CGL. And then we get a bunch of aircraft, infantry, tanks, and I'm guessing metals down here again, and it looks like more metal over. In fact, most of this is probably metal. And if I had to guess based on what I'm seeing, this is probably CGL and metal, and you got your 3D prints up here. IWM metals, yeah, okay. So I wasn't entirely off. Absolutely amazing, and Transient has apparently recently sold his soul for the ability to do awesome textures now, so they'll only get better from here. That is a nice feeling, isn't it? The collaboration that I've seen in my time on Twitch and on Discord is just inspirational as hell. And it is a good feeling to have, because like Project Dark Fox and I worked together on the Borealis, and it was amazing for me to feed him my concepts, have him spit back a much more complete concept, and then to take that and turn it into a 3D sculpt that was modified with my own artistic touches, and then to feed that sculpt to Matt Plog through Sumitha, and have Matt Plog's version of the Borealis come out through his own unique artistic interpretation, where he added even features that we hadn't added. It's an incredible feeling. I love this feeling of collaborative art, and it is something that I absolutely want to continue through 2021. Because, guys, it has been just a damn inspirational year on that front. Carla Reynolds, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Living 5 minutes from Iron Wind Metals, yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine you wind up with a lot. Oh my god. More Star Wars printing, DLT 19 stand-ins. I'll have to design and print up some backpacks for him. I modded a Bosk model with it for my Star Wars RPG character. Nice. Playing why can't I think of what he is? Trandoshan. Yeah. 2 Thingiverse Carillion houses. and a second TIE Fighter. Oh, these prints came out pretty nice. Nice and simple. A TIE Fighter, you're one of the first people I've seen who has made a TIE Fighter, by the way, Vergaderung, that is, like, actually in the right scale. It seems like the vast majority of people who print TIE Fighters think that they're supposed to be much, much smaller than they actually are. TIE Fighters are huge. These ball cockpits are really spacious inside when you look at literally any of the pictures or scenes from the movies. Like, they're not cramped, they have lots of internal space, and the pilot's kind of down towards the front and in the middle. So you have to compare a human-sized figure against it, and yeah, this is actually the right size. TIE Fighters are gigantic, and why wouldn't they be? They're non-atmospheric fighters, of course they would be. Until recently when they gained the ability to fold their wings for some reason, but whatever. Yeah, it came out really, really nice. And a bonus streamer pick you will cherish forever. What the hell? What the hell was I even talking about? Star Wars Squadrons is great at portraying the scale. I agree. Soda Addict, Star Wars Squadrons with a VR headset? Oh, okay. I can't like his ass. Oh, yes, I see we were talking about America's ass. Okay. Yeah, pretty much all the main systems and the engines. Like, the twin ion engines are right there on the back, on either side. I'm so glad that I have you all here to catch these endearing moments of mine. Yeah. I mean, that is what the T in TIE stands for Vergaderung, is twin. Twin ion engine. Also really cool to see it in the same scale. Hey, Cosmic Disorder! Ladies and gentlemen, Cosmic Disorder is a good friend of mine from my time in the Army. A great dude who has very, very recently started streaming on Twitch. He is a variety streamer who is kind of trying to find his place, but he's been doing a lot of fun stuff. He's been doing some music. He's been doing some League of Legends. I know that he wants to do like some cooking streams and stuff like that. Thank you very much for that shout out, Riot Sister. Guys, if you are looking for a good variety streamer, you're looking for a good time, you're looking for a streamer that you can grow with, who's a really, really friendly guy, really accepting, go give Cosmic Disorder a follow and just see what you got. He hangs out and plays his bass, and he takes requests. It's a damn good time, and it's the kind of show you want to catch live. So go give Cosmic Disorder a follow. Follows are free, and I mean, I'll see you over there here at some point. That or Totally Idiotic Engineering. I don't think that it's idiotic, Sumitha, so much as it's utterly inconsiderate of the well-being of the pilot. Yeah. That's not, no, Vergaderung, that's not the thrust. Okay, I see the mistake you're making, Vergaderung. I know what you're talking about. There's that hexagonal opening in the back of the TIE Fighter. That is an exhaust port. The engines on the TIE are the teeny little dots to either side of that large exhaust port. You'll see these two strips coming up to either side of the exhaust port, and there are these two little nubs. And if you look in the movies, they glow red. Those are the twin ion engines. Also, nerd-facted. Ooh. Fucking Star Wars. I thought Bucky had America's ass. Well, I mean, now. You know. Great, now I want to reinstall Squadrons again. They just released some new stuff. They got the B-Wing now, they got the TIE Defender. I don't know if you've played it in VR, Soda Addict, but Squadrons in VR is like, I don't even care if I'm losing, I'm having so much fun. Of course, I have a hard time playing in TIE Fighters, because in VR, the A-Wing is where you wanna be. That bubble that goes right back over your head, like you can track enemy pilots just by looking up. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. This model has a complete ring of little holes around it. I haven't. You know what, Vergaderung, take a picture. I want to see the back of this TIE Fighter so that I can nerd-splain it. Or be like, that TIE Fighter's wrong. That's an attractive thing to do, right? That will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of today's stream. The road to 100. We are walking together. Walk along the road, the only... No, we're not doing that. I don't even like that song. What am I doing? Who are we raiding? There's got to be somebody to raid today, doesn't there? Chaotic Harmony is streaming some MechWarrior Online. Steiner Miniatures. Thunderdome Drew is going Zombie Brush Studios. We've raided Thunderdome Drew a lot lately. Let's go see what Steiner is up to today. It looks like he is working on that Cave-In Shrike model. That should be a good time. If you're not already following Steiner Miniatures, please ride this raid over. Give that man a follow. He's a great streamer and a good friend. Oh, so yeah, we are walking the road to 100. Today is 98. We have 2 art streams left, and we will be at 100 art streams, which is also good for those of you in England. I just made a very rude gesture, and I'm sorry about that. We are going to be coming up on that on Wednesday, January the 20th. I know, streaming on a Wednesday? Crazy, right? But it matches up with the Streamiversary. So we will be coming back Thursday, January the 14th, here in 2 days. We're going to be playing some games, undecided as to what yet. We will figure something out. I kind of got out of Jedi Fallen Order. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll talk about it on the Discord. We'll be back Sunday the 17th with some more painting, working either on BattleTech or on our One Brush to Rule Them All challenge. One of the two, so either AMR or BattleMechs. We will see. Again, we'll probably talk about this on the Discord before we get there. And then Wednesday, the 20th, is going to be the Streamiversary. It's not going to be like totally crazy. We're still going to do some painting. We'll do some other fun stuff on top of it. I want to give a thanks to everybody who came out today. Thank you to everybody for helping us reach 1,000 followers. Thank you to my mod team. I'm running out of time to say things. Oh God, why did I start the raid? I gotta go eat something, you guys. You're the absolute best. Until next time, keep on painting.